Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to the live stream for today. It is Wednesday, the 22nd of October, and let us just acknowledge the fact that if you are in Wednesday at least, maybe if you're watching this internationally, it hasn't happened yet, but let's not let that stop us in acknowledging it's hump day, baby. That's right. You've made it to the middle of the working week. By the end of the day, you'll be able to say to yourself, hey, it's all downhill from here, baby. I'm going to coast into the weekend. That's right. 4AS in the house. Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up? Keeping the stream chat alive. And thank you very much for doing the roll call, 4AS. It's good to have you. Give up your surveillance capitalists. And yeah, we are going to get into that today, 4AS and others who may be lurking. We're going to be having a look at the implications of techno feudalism, tech authoritarianism, tech fascism, surveillance capitalism, whatever you want to call it. It comes in various degrees and under various aliases, but we'll take what we can. Cheese Swiss in the house doing the roll call. Hey, Al. How you going? It's good to have you. And also glad the Labour against war stuff was useful yesterday. Yeah, we did a little segment just before we hit the afters for AS, and I read it out. And it was pretty damning, actually, because like we were kind of really fence sitting for a lot of yesterday's session. I think we spent about 2 hours watching the actual meeting between Trump and Albo in their little kind of Oval Office discussion. We spent a good chunk of it, but it was really hard to understand what the hell the minerals deal was actually about. It wasn't until you go to that link on that Labour against war memo that you actually can see what the elements of the peace deal are, even though it's very much like a framework. I think that's what Grand Tifa actually described it as yesterday, which is actually a great summation. It's really just like a loose set of objectives. And it's like about who gets to control the minerals, I guess, and who gets to lay claim of them over a set market price, and what corporations get to do that, excluding any type of adversarial interest. So I'm assuming that just means anyone who's aligned with China, right? They released it yesterday morning, and I wanted to give a shout out to my sub-faction that's been doing some important grassroots work behind the scenes within the ALP. Now, it's interesting. I wonder if Avalava is here, because Avalava has put a suggestion in Discord recently about we should do a segment, and probably a regular segment, on like what you can actually do, at a grassroots level, I guess you would say, in order to kind of be active in the war against capital, so in your anti-capitalist endeavors, and just like generally how do we organize and resist beyond just sharing propaganda and hanging out together and having engaging and riveting discussions. Don't get me wrong, but like what can we do like materially to change our conditions or affect our conditions? And like this is interesting what you're talking about here, because what you're alluding to and what that memo you showed alludes to is that there's the ALP as we understand it, but there is the career politician and party member that goes into the ALP to become a politician, and there is the rank and file who wants to make a difference for working people. That's why they join a Labour Party, and they come up with policies at the grassroots level, and they try and do things, and they have to go to war with the interests that are just there for the party and for purely just for politics. So it's really interesting. And so like Avalava was suggesting that we do stuff like that. And that's what you're talking about here. The memo that we were looking at yesterday was really challenging Labour, like the party insiders who get to decide on kind of bourgeois interests, like what deal we do with America, the imperial core of capitalism, and like how that may bring us some type of advantage in the future, I guess. But like it's all bourgeois politics for them instead of the people at the grassroots level who are kind of trying to push real stuff through, which is like, hey, this minerals deal is our resources. We should protect it and get a better cut or a better deal out of this. And then like double, like we shouldn't be supporting war because all of these minerals that the US wants, the rare earths, is going into their war machine. Like, you get me wrong, it goes into other technology too, but you know, pretty much goes to help and feed their military industrial complex, let's be honest. Calzone, I think I would want to see the details for myself, though, to judge what was realistically possible to get out of this deal. Yeah, look, rock and a hard place when it comes to international diplomacy, right? You know, little fish dealing with a big fish. Like, what are we really going to do? But if we do have cards in our hands, could we have played them better? And yes, you're right. The only way to know if you could have played your cards better is to know, be a fly in the wall, have been there for the entirety of the time. If you're watching this on TikTok right now, we will be eventually watching videos. I'm speaking to people in chats on other live streams. I'm doing about 4 of them at once. So if you want to like be across everything that's going on, there's a YouTube link in the bio. You can go and use that. And then you can actually, tune into what we'll be watching too, instead of just looking at my beautiful face and listening to my wonderful speaking voice. Ninja Nuts in the house. Hey, I'm here. How me grown rebellion. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So I guess you're saying homegrown rebellion there. But yes, that's what we're talking about here. Grassroots stuff. Like, how do we change our conditions? Like, what could we do, as the plebs to make a difference? So this type of ALP stuff is really interesting. The factional stuff that 4AS has been describing, because it gives you an insight. There are people on the ground in the Labour Party that, are opposed to war and want to get, out of our resources the best deal for Australians, not for the diplomacy that goes on at the grand international stage. It's just about like protecting Australia's value. And like what a time to say that when Dilemmas comes in and like, our resident king of protecting Australia's value for Australians in the house. Dilemmas, what up? Give up your K Rudd. And yeah, have you seen the K Rudd stuff coming out? It's been interesting. There's so many hit pieces on Kevin Rudd from Sky News have come out. It's very interesting. If we look at the recent history of the occupants of Parliament House, I would rather see the current administration negotiating with Trump as opposed to a sycophant like Morrison. Yeah, I know, right? It's a fair call, right? It is that fundamental what you're arguing. I get your point, but what you're arguing is like the lesser of two evils argument. It's unfortunate that is what the bourgeois political system has come down to for us, where we're just constantly like, well, at least it's not Morrison, like kind of thing. Morning, lads. Yo, how you going, Indoctrinathan? And congratulations to you, sir. Hope you had a fruitful stream yesterday after we raided you, but I took off. I do apologize. I wasn't able to tune back in. I was running errands all afternoon like a good boy in the service of capital. Not really in the service of capital, more social production, let's call it. So, yes, 4AS, thank you for your contribution. That was good. And it does give us a good insight to, how do we change our material conditions? What can we do on the ground? It's a $1 million question. It is. We were comparing Turnbull Trump meeting to the Albo Trump meeting last night. Very interesting. My. How the turn tables. Very good. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, I saw a headline. I didn't bother reading the article, but it was something along the lines of, Turnbull advises Albo not to suck up to Trump or something like that. Turnbull, in retrospect, given the big boy advice, which I wonder if he would have given the same treatment kind of thing, or taken that same attitude with him to the negotiating table with big titan of world politics, Donald Trump. Now, On to today's topics. Okay, topics. But like I said, we're going to be looking at techno-feudalism today. Now, this one isn't always a hot topic, but I think this is absolutely fundamental. If we believe that here we're going to try and analyze capitalism somehow, get an understanding of our material conditions, as Avalava would aptly point out, I think we actually have to move towards an understanding of this idea of techno-feudalism. And whether or not techno-feudalism is upon us or not is, that's something that you could debate for hours, really. But I think we have to understand that there is a change in the capitalist mode of production that we haven't experienced before, thanks to the technologies that are available to us. And as a result of the technologies available to us, are we moving away from a more traditional capitalist social organization where, there's laborers out there and they relate somehow to capital's interests, and that labor is used to produce the value in society that everyone lives off? Are we moving now towards a system where there's just all of these landlords that are extracting rent of owning the means of production, and the technology helps isolate and make labor more redundant or less required in order to make the surplus value and the value that everyone lives off? And like, workers themselves are being etched out of the system, and soon we will just live on planet Earth and be subject to the whims of a new feudal kind of aristocracy that owns everything, and we just subscribe to them, like, that old World Economic Forum kind of conspiracy, like, in the future we're going to own nothing, but we're all going to be happy about it because we're going to be satiated by our techno-feudal overlords, because we're trapped in an infinite doom scroll, and we're fed a UBI, and we're all just happy to get by, living off the crap that is fed to us by techno-feudalists on their digital platforms and they're within their digital domain. So this is this idea of feudalism rebirthed in the techno sense, so upon the digital highways that connect the world. And this is today what we're going to look at. Squeeb's in the house in Twitchland today. Jensen ladies, how you going? Like, this thing that happened yesterday is one of the most amazing examples of this conversation that really needs to be happening, I think, if not just about the supreme dominance of these tech bros that really do control the world economy right now. And like, if we're just going to stop at that analysis, fine. But like, we really should be talking about like the fact that they are like techno-feudal lords. They own these they own the digital infrastructure to such an extent that they control the world economy. This is beyond just like what Lenin would describe as imperialism. So the highest stage of capitalism. I think it's almost beyond that, in the sense that it's not just these mega corporations going around exploiting different resources, like, access to labor markets and access to people's resources, and like opening up markets that weren't there before so they can exploit them and profit off them. This is something else. It's like the entire world's economy is held together by the glue that is this telecommunications technology. And while there is a material basis to that, like, there's undersea cables and satellite networks that allow everyone to connect, fine. But like, what's the next stage of that infrastructure, that digital infrastructure? It's things like the intensive server farms and data centers that are around the world, and it's controlled in a large part by a very small number of companies. And like, with the AWS saga that happened yesterday, so it's Amazon's web services, there are so many companies out there that you think are, independent capitalists on their own, or techno-feudalists on their own. And, to save costs on infrastructure or hardware, they just rent out cloud space from someone like Jeff Bezos. And so AWS went down yesterday. There was something wrong with one of their server clusters, I guess you would call them, on the east coast of the United States, and there were so many companies that relied on that. Like, I was almost not able to stream yesterday because I was coming in to set myself up for the day's streaming, and there was like big warning signs on my Restream software. It was like, AWS is down and we don't know if we can service you today, so good luck. And so like I'm not sure if I was able to actually stream yesterday because maybe because I'm not in the US, maybe the company said is in the US, but maybe they rely on the servers that are here because Amazon has a lot of data centers in Australia, or it has data centers in Australia, and like it's building them in New Zealand as well. I'm pretty sure. It's actually a huge multi-billion-dollar project that they're carrying out in New Zealand. If Volta 2 was here, he would know about it too. AWS ultimately was just a DNS issue. Well, we're about to find out and get to the bottom of that. But like what it definitely showcases, and we all need to be paying attention, is how much control these guys have over the world economy. Like incredible amounts, like billions of dollars of business and revenue or profits, depending on how you want to call it, was wiped off and out of the world economy yesterday because okay, it's not just because Jeff Bezos is so evil and everyone, and like he's, twisted everyone's arm and made them join up for his services. Yeah, all of these companies are just like, fuck it. Like I can reduce costs by not having to provide this hardware myself and I'll just rely on Amazon. But like they're both feeding into each other and Amazon has absolute like incredible control. Like if they really wanted to, they could switch it off. Yeah, but it's cheaper. I know. I get that. Yeah, but it's also a security issue. It's a massive security issue. Same issue with Amazon warehouse and drop shipping. It's just cheaper. I look and I get that, and so that's why they do that. But like, if these companies spent the money and the time upfront, diversifying the infrastructure, instead of centralizing it with one company, but like there were multiple. This is the problem with monopoly, or oligopolies, or monopsies, I think they're called. Is that you have these systems where if one person goes down, the entire economy is fucked. So yeah, it's something that we should be scared about. I could set up a t-shirt print business where all manufacturing is 100% outsourced. Yes, you could. Yes, you could. What's your point? What's your point? I'm waiting for the punchline here. Squeeby baby. Tell me, please. I knew you'd have some opinions on this. You're gonna spill the beans? Yo, give up your centralized control of the new oil? Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Oh, I actually showed it Avalava yesterday on the stream. It was just before we started the afters. That's the thing that 4S is referring to me. I mean, it could be AWS, or it could be just a country. Oh wait, Apple has an issue that it can't get out of China as it's too critical. What I mean is it could be AWS, it could be, yeah, but like that's their production. Apple can't get their production out of China because China has perfected it. And like no one has, it's not just the industrial capacity, but they don't have the army of technicians and engineers required to feed the gargantuan beast that is the productive capacity that China provides. The world is too addicted. The world is now too, yeah, that's what we're talking about. I think, productive capacity is one thing. Apple needs China to produce. But AWS it's a network of web services. Like how we're addicted to China's manufacturing. It's just cheaper. Yeah, okay, so you're saying it's similar. Okay, yeah, got it. It is similar in that sense. We're addicted to China, but like that's productive capacity, okay? You're producing value. China produces value. Everyone has an iPhone. Now, what the server farms are doing is they're producing a network for people to get onto. They're producing a network and like a service for people to get onto. It is a service. It is a service. So it's like, it is different to producing like iPhones. It is definitely different to producing iPhones. If the US wanted to, they could take that manufacturing back to the US. They just need to make sure that they skill up their labor force somehow and employ more engineers. It's an empty warehouse for hire. And so, like, what AWS is doing is providing a service that all these people do rely on to run their businesses on a daily basis. And this service now is the glue that holds the world economy together. Now, what they're doing, though, is they're not allowing people to buy it. Once you buy an iPhone, you technically buy the iPhone. Now, I know you can get it on finance, but when it comes to what AWS provides as a service, and so at the end of the day, you don't have the rights over the service. The Visa is a service you can't buy. So there is a difference between the products there. Apple is providing something that you can tangibly have possession over, whereas AWS is like, well, AWS goes down, and it's just like, well, sorry, there's been an issue with the service, and like, what are you gonna do? Cancel your subscription? See you later. Huh? Got a bad case of swolesies, but I'm here. Swollesis, but I am here. Okay, well, welcome. I'm glad you've come in because we're doing fucking techno feudalism, and it feels like it's been months since we've dived into this like beautifully. So welcome. Um, and Visa is a service you can't buy. No, I read that before. Amazon is building the largest data center in the United States, 12 miles from where I live, and only will employ about 30 people to run it well. They destroyed. Yeah, it's interesting how it works, isn't it? While they've destroyed people's lives around it. Yeah, we watched some interesting documentaries actually on um, on some of the data centers that like Meta and stuff are building, and it's pretty crazy how it impacts the local community. Like people can't even drink water because so much dust is in the air because of the construction, and like how they've destroyed the surrounding environment. So like there's all these dust storms now, and the water's fucked, and like there's rolling blackouts in these areas. I think it was Georgia that we were looking at, because Georgia actually has the cheapest power in the United States, and then they're like the locals are completely screwed. It's all for the sake of as Squeeb described it, an empty warehouse for hire. Like, don't get me wrong, it's got critical importance in the world economy, but it's not like there's even people there that are using this energy. It's crazy. It's pronounced swoliosis. Ah, okay, swoliosis. That's so good. All services fully recovered. Nothing to see here. Ah, yeah. Well, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna discuss this. AI warehouse is different to servers. Only difference is one always runs at 100%. The other one scales down and up. So yeah, let's get a view of what I'm talking about yesterday. And maybe you're not across it. I only ran into it because I was affected by it, and like very low key affected by it. I just had a warning. It didn't stop me. So I think maybe that's got something to do with the fact of where I am located. So AWS services in Australia are provided locally. Makes sense. Doesn't have to travel. So let's have a look at this article just for an understanding, and then we'll watch like a really brief video on it. So what we know about Amazon's AWS outage and why it's such a big deal, I think it's an enormous deal. I think it really shows how it shows the foundations of surveillance capitalism, unlike anything we've ever seen before, I would say. I know that's a big call, but honestly, this type of thing could happen. And we were speculating yesterday. I think Jag called it out and was like, "Did you hear about AWS?" And we were kind of briefly talking about it. And my conspiratorial sense was just like, well, what if they manufactured this? Like, if you had the control, what if you just flip the switch or something? It was just the US East one, as far as I know. I understand that acronym now. Yes. So yes, it was. It was just one cluster of them. But like there's so many services were using this part. It affected things greatly. So on Monday, an issue with Amazon's computational infrastructure caused an outage that went way beyond impacting the internet giant's online shopping website. The AWS outage had wide-ranging global impacts affecting some healthcare services, banks, air travel, as well as disrupting popular apps such as Snapchat and Reddit. So, what caused the outage? And why is it such a big deal? AWS stands for Amazon Web Services, which is a subsidiary of Amazon that offers specialty technology services to clients across the globe. It's one of the world's largest cloud computing platforms. University of Queensland Cyber Research Centre Director Ryan Coe says, instead of every company owning and maintaining their own physical computer servers, AWS lets them rent. See, that's the big thing here. This is where it's different to, I guess, producing something for sale. They are allowing people onto their cloud for a price, for a set limit, for some type of like service, restricted and constrained service, and it's not like a right over something. This is a huge distinction in capitalist economy. Like typically market capitalism has dealt with this idea of equality in the market. And so the equality in the market, and that's why we have the ideas of these lofty ideas of actual equality in our society today. It's not because we actually believe that people are equal. It's because we believe that people that come to the market are equals. And so like if I have something to sell to you, I have the rights over that product until it exchanges hands, and then you have the rights over that product. So you have rights. I'm not saying that people that rent stuff don't have rights exactly, but if you don't have ownership, like, it's 9/10 of the law, baby, possession. Like you got to have stuff to be able to have power in that situation. And so like rent, the distortion of the power relationship should, like in a renting situation compared to a traditional I buy off you and this is mine now and I on sell kind of thing. It's completely changes the dynamic within capitalism itself. AWS lets them rent computing power, storage and databases from Amazon's data centers around the world. Think of it like electricity. Most businesses don't run their own power plants. They just plug into the grid. Now, this is an interesting analogy because for the most part, the way that we started with power, it's not in all Western countries, but in most of them, it was really governments and consortiums of populations, so like local governments, municipal councils. It was like kind of grassroots stuff, or at least supported by the state. It was them who were putting in the power plants, and they owned the means of production. They owned the utilities. So if it was so crucial to the economy and like people like, businesses, let alone people that are living, but like businesses, they need electricity, but they don't run their power plants. But it's pretty outrageous to think that everyone would have like, a little substation at the back of their business. That is pretty crazy. And they just plug into the grid and they pay someone and they pay basically just for the power they get access to, like in a rentier situation or rentier situation. Typically, that would, or like if you would think about someone having a market monopoly on something, you would hope that the state would step in to, if not just regulate that, but own that, so like everybody could have access to it and there's some sort of standard over it. Why was AWS outage so disruptive? Because so many services use AWS. Millions of apps, website services, from banks to streaming platforms, and even government systems rely on AWS to operate smoothly and scale up quickly. That's the thing, and that's why I think Squeeb was saying that before. It was just like, look, it's cheaper, man. It makes sense. And like, it does make sense. I get it. It completely makes sense. But like, here it is. If you run a business at somebody else's discretion and they have all of the power, your business is fucked if you don't have like access to your own means of production. But it wasn't just direct clients of AWS that were impacted. That's because AWS also offers other services, such as support for something called software as a service. Sorry, the client might need to run some software, such as a HR system or a payment software, and pays a provider to use this software. The provider might be AWS, or it might be another organization that then buys capacity on AWS to run the software. So that's an interesting, it's like layers on layers. So like you might get access to something like, yeah, like some type of technology that you use at work, some service through a third party. And that third party might even rent out, go to another company who is the one that conglomerates all of these services on AWS. So then it affects, like, you know, the multitude of people that are connected to that one business as well. It's a bit like when you buy power from your electricity company, which has contracts with power stations or even people with solar panels feeding into the grid. Stretching this analogy, love it. It's got a very wide impact because it's not only does it happen on a large scale, but there is also small pieces of software that do something useful that lots of systems use. An example of this is when a shopping website uses a piece of software they've contracted from another company to take your payment details. It's often much easier to use these components than build them yourself, and these often run on the AWS system. What was the problem? AWS said it identified the trigger of the event as DNS resolution issues for the regional Dynamo DB service endpoints. DNS stands for Domain Name System, which is like the internet phone book. It's so funny, all these analogies. We'll watch something in a second that kind of explains it like this. Almost everything in AWS and the internet in general depends on the DNS. When it fails, it's like every taxi driver suddenly losing access to Google Maps. They may not be able to find their destinations, even though the roads are still there. This small but critical piece of infrastructure connects thousands of the services together. Now, we were speaking the other day about the fact that a lot of these companies actually outsource. Actually, that's a funny word, isn't it? Not outsource, but a lot of their coding is done by AI now. And like, if you don't have people kind of checking the work and you're relying on it, there's going to be bugs all over the place. And I think I read somewhere that AWS, as the service provider, actually relies on a lot of AI coding. So I wonder if this is connected at all. I do have AWS's DB is a cloud database service. It was affected because the system that tells computers where DynamoDB lives on the network stopped working properly. Why did it stop working? So even though the servers were up, many systems couldn't find their way. Has anyone got this? Like, Squeeb, who are my tech people? Jag, Avalava. Have you guys heard as to why this DynamoDB just stopped working all of a sudden? I wonder. Yes, I'm listening. I would like to know more. Oh, right, a classic IT moment revealing the AWS monopoly. It's not DNS. There's no way it's DNS. It was DNS. What's that, Avalava? This is what makes the forced transition to AI so dangerous as well. If a handful of companies like OpenAI, Google, Anthropic control the AI services these companies are slowly becoming dependent on, then it just amplifies the techno feudalism. No, I haven't heard of why Dynamo stopped working. No, it just stopped being visible, but was still up. Like, isn't that weird? It's like it's like the one. Look, I'm not a coder, but like it just seems like there's just one thing not speaking to another, and like how do you fix that? Like, you troll through what to try and figure out where the connection is not coming along. Same, but locating to DNS makes sense. Amazon, every time this happens, it was it was a wizard. Probably because US East 1 is old as shit. So things are crusty. Fair enough. What? That's not right. Are you saying that under capitalism, people don't maintain their infrastructure well and allow things to depreciate until there's a crisis? Hey, that's outrageous, Avalava. What a claim. Humans use words, computers use numbers. Yeah, swaps human text and numbers. So it's a routing table. So does that explain why all of a sudden it's just like I could translate your text speech for me, please. I'm trying to understand this. Where was the issue detected? The issue was originated in Amazon's US East 1 region data cluster in the US state of Virginia. Notice we say region. That's because the servers aren't located in just one building. Amazon hosts well over 100 sprawling computer warehouses in Virginia, the Associated Press reports. That region is one of AWS's oldest and most central hubs. There you go, Avalala. It hosts critical parts of the network and management systems. It is likely that its DNS infrastructure from multiple regions is logically centralized there. So for multiple reasons. So when something goes wrong in that region, the impact is global. That's interesting. So it wasn't just that the data center went down. They've actually housed the DNS infrastructure in one place. So it's like centralized issue. That's interesting, isn't it? We still don't know what caused the DNS issues. Now, I'm telling you, we were speaking about this the other day. No, system down is translation. So good. System down. Look, you, person who is tech illiterate, all you need to know, system down. That's all you need to know. So good. Everyone who works in IT goes through a moment of trying to figure out a problem with something, and after many hours, days if they're lucky, they realize it's DNS. Oh, right. Kind of, maybe no, your server may auth in America, but server content is local. All right, fine. Oh, Lap Jeff is in the house. Internet friends, there it is. Hey, you got rid of the brothers. Hey, this time, brother. Internet friends. Hello, internet friends. Well, let us tell you a story, internet friend. The internet, which is the basis for this friendship, eh? Internet friends, was screwed over yesterday, big time. Absolute schmozzle, can I just say? And people were scrambling. The world economy brought to a standstill. Billions lost. And I wonder if it's got something to do with like a handover period in a company when like someone comes in, you lose some corporate knowledge because you get rid of humans and you replace them with, what do we call them? Indoctrinating clankers, and the clankers have fucked up somewhere. I wonder if that's got something to do with it. Sometimes if you're lucky, DNS issues will bite you more than what if you're very lucky. Oh god, okay. Clanker, there it is. So not all functions rely on East Coast, but maybe one part of the process needs tip. Time to touch grass. I'm not your friend, guy. I'm not your buddy. I feel for all my colleagues who were on call this week. And so it was timely. Is that what you're saying? Like it was timely. It was after work that this was happening. That's why they were on call. Outside of usual business hours on the East Coast. Just saying, this is. I've got to put my conspiratorial hat on this one. Jackie Bailey, I call him Lugnu. Lugnu. What's that a reference to? I think I missed some banter before as well. I was reading. Jackie Bailey's in the house. Solar Bear's in the house. Yo, yo, yo. Late morning, yo. Jackie Bailey, how are you? All right. It was like 2 or 3 a.m. Yeah, you know when like you do a system update or something like that and they do it in the middle of the night? I wonder what they were doing in the background there. Unless it's just serendipitous that it happened outside of business hours, right? Very serendipitous. Dun, dun, dun. You push a major upgrade at 5:30 on a Friday. Leave it to the after hours group to resolve. Nuts. Okay. I got him lug nuts. Sorry, got it. I'm on call this weekend for a major upgrade. Is easy work. Just blame it on AWS. So good. That's hilarious. On-call engineers. What does that say? On-call engineers. I can't help you. It's an AWS problem. Ding, 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 ding. So good. All right. What caused the outage? Have no idea. What could have caused the outage? The DNS issue could have been caused by a whole range of things, but we can rule out a few potential causes. AWS says it isn't the result of a malicious attack. Hey, could you imagine? that was the case. Like they wouldn't say it, but could you imagine if China had cyber attacked the east coast of the US? Like this is stuff that is legitimate. We have seen this stuff documented quite nicely for us actually in Project 2025, which is funny, right? Sorry, give me a sec. Okay, that's working. Yeah, we've seen that documented quite nicely in Project 2025, where China has infiltrated and cyber attacked American critical infrastructure before, so it's not off the cards. Um, because like, why would they really say that? Russia and Russia and Best Korea tend to do the computer attack. North Korea tend to do the computer attacks. Yeah, they're active as well. Evening for you, Jackie Bailey, of course. 8:40 here in the evening. Okay, it's evening to you and welcome. One of my colleagues used to work at Google back in the day and said it was super easy if someone wanted to go rogue and just wipe out an entire service or database. But they supposedly tightened that up now. Yeah, how wild would it have been, right? Back in the day, where you could have just, if you were infiltrating the system, if you were in the system, like how easy it would be, right, to infiltrate and like to bring things down, just like as a lone agent, a lone wolf. Sorry. Similar for my work, cost time and money for security. It's a trade-off. See, this is it, man. Profits or security. And this is the difference between, I guess the system that they have in the US. Because really, when you're talking about techno feudalism and the tech giants, it's really a battle between America and China. Like China, would they spend more of their resources on security than like private agents who are just like, yeah, but security costs money? Didn't Jurassic Park teach us this lesson of like what the guy who shuts down all the systems and stuff so he can sneak things out? It's not the magic word. So good. Just pay your IT guy. Well, that was the real lesson of Jurassic Park. Yes, I've seen those memes. It's fucking hilarious, right? Because he's complaining about not being paid enough. And then he was like, look, I would like to help you with your financial issues, but can you just do your fucking job? And like the whole of Jurassic Park wouldn't have happened if it wasn't. If he didn't get that pay rise. Yeah. Spared no expense. My ass. Should have paid the IT guy better. That's so funny. That's so good. What did I miss? Yeah. Same for redundancy. You could have multi-region redundancy to help mitigate these types of outages, but it would add a ton of complexity to your system and very costly for something that might only happen every 5 to 6 years. So they could have set up systems in place, is what I'm hearing, that would have, like, if this went down, they could have sent it somewhere else. They could have figured it out, right? I'm sorry, Hal. I can't do that. Yeah. Yeah, this is where we're going, right? Because like if the AI comes in, it's not going to be the fat guy at the computer who like is trying to smuggle out the dinosaur DNA anymore. It's going to be the AI next time. So like, I'm sorry, Hal, I cannot do that. Also may add latency, which may be worse than a cold occasional outage. That's interesting. Well, so like if you have to send it around, um, there's the latency issue. But that's just an emergency situation, right? It's just a fallback, that system. It's probably not the result of something impacting the physical building that houses the servers. Well, so many probablys. I'd say it's more likely a software issue. A software issue, although people do drive bulldozers through cables, Professor Parry says. Yeah, dial before you dig, bro. Interesting. Might have been a software bug, configuration error. Could have been AI writing code and fucking up. It's highly unlikely that we'll see a mass exodus from AWS, and that's market. That's monopoly right there. That is monopoly. Right? Like, where are they going to go? No one else has the infrastructure. And like they've all contributed to it, but like, by not shoring up their businesses to include this type of stuff, But hey, there's some big players on there. It's not like they're just providing this service to people that are, you know, wanting to set up a shirt printing business or something, as Squeeb described before. They're like, Amazon went down. Sorry, Netflix went down as a result of this. Like, these are huge players that are feeding off this infrastructure, as if Netflix, worth hundreds of billions of dollars, couldn't invest in their own infrastructure like this. Come on, man. Think of it as shitification. Can't make a service economically / clearer, but may make the average experience worse. Spend cash. Don't need a server for cash. These are massive companies that have set up billion-dollar companies on top of this infrastructure. It would be almost impossible to move. Yeah, like, that's the thing. They've fed into this, and now, like, what are they going to do? Just pick up and leave? Like, where's the infrastructure then? Where are they going to go? Has someone else just got all these spare servers farms sitting around somewhere? Oh, I'll take you, Netflix. Yeah, I'll help deliver Netflix and chill to, like, half of the world's population for you. Had a discussion on this yesterday / today. Do we improve a process, better redundancy, or pay for 2 more staff in a call center? Maybe the cost to improve is more than the salaries, or just delay launch of a product. Well, I think the issue here is systematic, and like systematic, I mean like it is a problem of capital, or free market liberal capital. Because the way that the Chinese have been planning stuff in terms of their energy capacity and the way that they cluster their server farms and they build this type of infrastructure, I don't know if they do it in the same way, where they leave it up to the market, and the market will deliver just enough for capacity so it doesn't have to spend any more money than it needs to. But a planned economy will do this in a way that it's just like, fuck, we've got this ability, we've got this demand, like we know that this is inbuilt, this is the way the world works now. It's a surveillance capitalist world. We're not going to get rid of having to connect people through the Internet of Things. Like, it's just a necessity now. So like, let's plan to have adequate infrastructure and redundancy built into it. I think that's a planning thing that needs to be done by the state and like, if we're going to keep it to capitalism, in cooperation with the private sector, instead of just letting the private sector make bank on it. But like, that's a question, that's a debate for another time. My industry deals with billing people. Once it's set up, it's too costly to move system-wise, but business revenue risk. Better the devil you know. Everyone thought the fat guy was the image of the computer tech. Turns out it was the skinny old DEI hire that's a chain smoker because he's stressed out about people dying at the workplace. Turns out it was the skinny old DEI hire that's a chain smoker. Why is he a DEI hire? Why? Because he can't do the work without Dennis there. Oh, man. Any chance you can get, eh? A little stab there. There's one for the DEI hires. At least you know where it falls and have processes around it compared to new that may fail in unexpected ways. AWS is the same. Devil you know. Just like Demolition Man is quite possibly the most accurate predictor of the future. I'd have to see it. I don't know the reference. All right, so let's quickly, shall we? Watch a funny clip on this. I like this. I don't know if you've seen this channel before, Fireship. They do really short videos explaining like things that are going on, I guess, in tech world at the moment. It's funny. Like, he's completely sarcastic, so I don't know how much value you can get out of it, but it's funny. So let's have a look.
Yesterday, Netflix went down, then Reddit went down, PlayStation down, Roblox down, Fortnite down, Robinhood, Coinbase, Venmo, Snapchat, Disney, down. And that's just a small list out of the 2,500 plus companies that got wrecked after we experienced the most catastrophic cloud outage in history. What do all these apps have in common? Well, they're all addicted to AWS, Amazon Web Services, the biggest cloud in the game, with an estimated 350 massive data centers up and running around the world, and hundreds more being being built as we speak. That means when AWS goes down, the entire world goes to hell. I nearly starved to death yesterday because the McDonald's app was down. I tried to DoorDash some food, but that was down too. Then I tried to order groceries on Amazon, but wouldn't you know it, Amazon.com itself was down. I tried to ask my AI girlfriend what was going on, but she runs on AWS. As I lay there starving to death, I tried to open Duolingo to ask the abuela next door how to cook food, but Duolingo was down too. Little did I know, because the New York Times was down, a single misconfigured DNS setting in US East 1 had regressed society back 50 years. I only survived because I logged into X, which wasn't affected. Elon Musk and DHH had a field day with this incident, and in today's video, we'll break down the technical details that led to the great AWS cluster of 2025. It is October 21st, 2025, and you're watching the Code Report. As I mentioned, AWS operates hundreds of data centers.
AWS fuck up of 2025. Now, I brought this up recently, but has everyone seen Blade Runner 2049? And there's that historical event they refer to as the great, I don't know, blackout or something, where I think it was electrical services went down and all like data was kind of lost, or like a lot of significant data was lost as a result of a massive power outage in a certain period. I don't know, 20 years before the protagonist is born and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it kind of wipes out all of the data out there, and it's this like great event that's history defining. And like the way that he's describing it here, it's the great AWS fuck up of 2025. Is this a watershed moment? Is this like one of those things along the way where like people will refer to back in the day? It's just like, oh, we should have known that like we were moving towards this tech authoritarian world, this tech techno-feudalist world, because all of the infrastructure was owned, the means of production were owned by a single entity. And, you know, when they go down, significant parts of the economy is completely screwed over. And we never fail-safed the economy from this. And they have too much power. Yeah, even now, every place I've worked, I have the tools to take it all down. This is crazy. What a great admission. I just like being a free man. That's kind of the power of workers in general, though. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, we can screw up the process. Throw a spanner in the works. You can shit up. Like workers, that's how they used to protest back in the day before all this organized unionization and stuff. They used to protest. Well, they did strike, but like they would sabotage. They would throw things in the machinery and fuck shit up. I wonder if there's a worker at AWS and this is direct action. There's some anarchist in there, one of those Antifa types that we were watching at the end yesterday. They work for AWS and they were just like, let's put this line of code in. That'll fuck shit up. All right. What's that? I know this. It's Linux system. You didn't say the magic word. Is so good. So good. That's a quote that I use throughout my life. You didn't use the magic word. All right, let them finish.
That literally power the multi-trillion-dollar internet economy. I literally mean that literally. When you receive an unsolicited dick pic on Snapchat, it's Amazon, not Snapchat, that's the one using the electricity to process those pixels, as Snapchat just rents out space in their data centers. Now, all of these data centers get clustered into geographic regions, with the US East 1 region in Northern Virginia being one of the oldest and perhaps most important. It lives next to the economic and cultural heart of the United States near DC, New York, Boston, etc. But a cloud region contains multiple data centers along with at least 3 availability zones for redundancy and fault tolerance. Like each zone has its own power, cooling, and networking, so if one gets blown up by a disgruntled programmer, everything should still work just fine, in theory. But in practice, things can still break massively for silly reasons. Here's the timeline. At 9:07 p.m. Eastern Time, AWS posted they were seeing increased error rates and latencies across multiple AWS services in US East 1. Then they later narrowed the root problem to to a subsystem related to DNS resolution for the API endpoints of services, most notably Amazon DynamoDB. I once made a video about it, but the DNS is like the phone book of the internet. That means for an app like Snapchat to work, it needs to reach out to AWS and say, hey, where's my database? A DNS lookup is performed, and because in this case it was broken, Amazon would say, sorry, I can't find your database on this address. And that turned all these software products into instant vaporware. But in this case, the failure had a cascading effect. Even though AWS was able to locate and fix the issue within a couple of hours, a massive queue of serverless jobs accumulated, like Lambda function calls and simple queue service messages. So apps continue to have problems for hours afterwards. As a Firebase developer, I'm one of the lucky ones who survived, but this incident is yet another example of why we probably shouldn't be relying on one company to centralize so much computing. Even companies like Supabase are pissing off their users with 10 plus days of downtime in the EU West 2 region. It's not Supabase's fault though, AWS just won't give them the capacity no matter how hard they beg. Supabase's only crime is not having a backup heroin dealer, and by heroin dealer I mean big cloud. But the big question is, which developer can we get blamed for this outage? We don't know, but my theory is that they just pushed some bad AI code, and none of this would have happened if they were using Tracer, the sponsor of today.
He goes into the sponsor. No, thank you. All right. Wait, if the servers collapse, what will happen to all the internet slop we have made? What will the next generation do when they want to hear AI voice reading Reddit posts? Yeah, I know. Hey, what are they going to do? Those poor kids. Yeah, all the slop. They'll have to start again. E's homework is watching Demolition Man in time for the Right Wing Fridays. LOL. Is that my homework? Is it? I've got a running list of all these things that you guys say I have to watch. Demo. Got a watch list. That was one of my best performances. What's this regards to? I don't know the reference. Go to the Star Wars model. Their law was some mistrust of AI or some shit. So that's why all their tech is analog and crappy video feed. Can't fake that. Keep getting that paycheck. The system stays alive. Oh, Blade Runner. That was one of my best performances. Yes, I agree. And there's another movie. I haven't seen the whole thing, but like it's just cuts of it, and it's just him going around like fighting people, but like getting beaten up as well. He's like, it's like Driver or something like that. I've seen all these cuts from it, and it's like it's part of the synthwave canon basically, or that kind of techno cyberpunk kind of canon. He's done some good movies like that, I reckon. One of your best performances. Absolutely agreed. But I wonder how much of Jeff Bezos's servers are dedicated to storing dick pics. Yeah, I know, right? Internet is 2/3 porn. Doesn't surprise me. Oh my god. Yeah, that's fucked. And like, isn't it funny how he made the joke about OnlyFans getting affected? Like, imagine all those people that would have been really upset at 2 or 3 in the morning when OnlyFans goes down. Those poor bastards. All right, so that's it. That's other 30s bots. There's your dead internet. So that's the AWS issue. And like, I would just like to say that I think that this is an important moment in the techno-feudal trajectory. So like, it's an important moment for surveillance capitalism because it really highlights what Shoshana has been speaking about. So if you're not familiar, there's a woman called Shoshana Zuboff who wrote a book called Surveillance Capitalism, and she talks about a new stage of capitalism, and it's this idea that there is technology out there that is connecting the world's economy, and that technology has actually superseded the the importance of old institutions that may have been the glue that held the world together. And so, like, like finance capital or something like that, financial intricate financial systems that held the world together through monetary flows. It's actually now companies that get you to use their software, from companies to individuals and users like you and I. They get us to use their stuff for a subscription or for free or whatever, and they take the data and they turn that data into more value. And the world is increasingly becoming more and more surveilled, because the real power that comes with these systems is being able to watch what everybody does and turn that into like usable information. And that's how the world economy is going. And so the thing that is really, that whole system of information control is predicated on is surveillance. They surveil everything that everyone does. And it's like someone like AWS that has this incredible infrastructure out there that could really do some incredible surveillance. If there's so many companies that rely on their service, like they're getting access to all of the information, the databases that they have anyway, so they can like double down on the general surveillance. And like Bezos or people within that his company or his corporation, his entourage, they would probably have a good understanding of the entirety of the world economy, basically, and how everything is working, if they can have access to the same data that all of these companies also have access to, because they outsource their server requirements. Almost done with her book. So good, although the future is bleak. Yeah, yeah. It took me like a month or more to read that book. I'm sure it was longer. And I like try and read it at like an hour a day or whatever, but damn. And because it's very philosophical at some points, like sometimes she's not even talking about surveillance capitalism. It's like she's spending, like chapters talking about free will. And like, if you're going on something and you're giving your data over to someone else, like, is that actually like free will? Like, is that part of like this whole debate about whether or not you're being used by someone else, or like, is that appropriate or not? Like, you're getting a service. You're getting a service. That's the word of the day. It should be service. AWS doesn't really check customer data. Maybe possible, but not their business model. Not beknownst to us, is what I'm saying. But the facility is there, and I think it is ignorance that comes from our class, Squeeb. Like, we don't know how the world works on the top echelons, and the world that they run is one that is mixed with kind of networks, deals, backdoor deals, a lot of corruption, just blatant organized crime, and surveillance. Like, to think that AWS has the power that it has and doesn't have any link to things like the CIA or some type of intelligence service for America's national security interests is, I think, it is just the ignorance of us all being working class, because we just don't see what they do behind closed doors. But like, I think it's just our general ignorance as a class that is just not involved in owning the grand means of production and like the levers of power out there, to think that these people have this technology and someone's not manipulating it. Maybe not Jeff Bezos. Maybe he doesn't give a fuck. Maybe he just wants to be on his super yacht and enjoy his hundreds of billions of dollars. But like, there will be national security agencies in America that are interested in what AWS is up to, and they will be writing that infrastructure and infiltrating it, if not, um, if not controlling it in some way. Instrumentarianism. Yeah, I found a section on Skinner and free will super interesting. Yeah, it's like, what a thing to wrap your head around. Backstage, as Shoshana would say. Yeah, Shoshana, baby, please. Um, yes, you could check it, but it's hosting servers. Each may have different setup, not a simple extract all CC and email type of thing. Yeah. But it's not at scale. I mean, like saying the government can check in your bin. Yeah, but yes, individually, but not at scale across all people. It's not only their celebrators or large users of AWS that should stress. It's not therefore celebrators or large users. Um, yeah, look, again, I think, to be honest, the ignorance of our class is not understanding what lengths that these people up the top go to. Like, it was no mistake that Trump got in the first place about saying that he was going to unravel the deep state and drain the swamp. Like the deep state is really a thing, and it exists in what's the word? It's synchronized with the private sector. Like the birth of Silicon Valley itself was birthed out of a rejection of Stanford University and the university system to just be beholden to the needs of like military technological requirements and warfare. And so they set up Silicon Valley to service as the private sector to service America's military industrial complex and its tech needs. And so the university could stick to research, and then they could take that research and apply it to the private sector to to help build out America's tech supremacy over the world. And so the private sector in the tech and in tech has been married to the military industrial complex and like kind of deep state surveillance for since its inception. And so like if they have this infrastructure, while they might not be checking on everyone's bin, they have the ability to do some incredible surveillance on people. um Only stress when you're at the top. I mean, don't the rich don't care about the poor, no, but they do care about control. And that's where the marriage between the state and this private sector come from. They feed off each other. And in saying that, and this is why you can legitimately call this stuff, as some people do, they call it tech fascism. And like fascism, if you take it like strip it back to its like objectively what fascism is, apart from the ideological stuff, like, oh, you know, Nazis wanted a pure race and so they're fascists, and fascists must be all like racial purists. If you strip away some of the ideological stuff and just think about what fascism is objectively, like it's literally the marriage of convenience mostly, but like let's just say the marriage of the corporate sector and the state to perpetuate the power of either one of them or both of them together. So sometimes the state wants the power, and so wants the stuff that capital can provide it, I would say. And then other way around, sometimes like the private sector wants the militarization and the authority that the state has, and then they marry together to kind of to bring on a fascistic environment. And then they crack down. So they don't care about poor people, I agree, but they'll crack down on them if it helps. Always a big risk. Hackers would have already breached it at scale. Man, we have covered a lot of ground this year. Appreciate you, Mr. A. Thank you. And like, you know, I appreciate all the input. Like how much stuff have we learned? Like, you know, like we're gonna have the, I think at the at the end of the year, we're gonna do like a, I don't know, a Christmas party or something, and we're gonna have the Jags Uncle Award of the year goes to for like greatest contributions. So I saw Gil has a new video about tech fascism. That's where we're going. That's what this whole setup has been. Like we've been going to AWS, and I was like, this is perfect timing. Let's watch Gil's new video. And Gil's new video is about the woman of Silicon Valley. So some journalist that was in Silicon Valley talking about the issues of where this tech stuff is going to go with all of these weird tech personalities, where it's going to go. And she was talking about this in the 80s, and she wrote some book in the 80s or the 90s about this. And so Gil's pulled her out, and he's like, can we talk? Because like you were talking about this stuff like 20 years, 30 years before anyone else was. So so yeah. Yes, he introduced us. Yes, that's right. I couldn't believe it when you put that link in and we watched that. And that wasn't even like it wasn't even a visual one. It was just like some like two dudes talking. I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about? And then the rest of the year has been a rabbit hole since then. But yeah, we've covered a lot of ground this year. So we're back with techno feudalism, which is good. It's nice to be back in this environment, and it's good to have tech people here as well. Squeeb's like talent is calling out bullshit, so it's good to check the ideas against things. Squeeb, shall we play a game? Global thermonuclear war. No, thank you. No, thank you. Yeah, we have covered some ground. All right, let's go to Gil. That's what the whole AWS setup was about. Was like getting, and it's related, I think. It just shows you how much dominance these people have. And if they are egotistical maniacs with like philosophical trends that lend towards something
Light.
like
And Peter Thiel would
something towards what Curtis Yarvin describes as the dark enlightenment, and they all think that this is a good idea to have CEO kings running the world because they're self-made billionaires. So like, they just understand how the world works. Let's develop a society in our image. And we're going down a scary, scary trajectory. All right, let's hear Gil's introduction, shall we? So, yes, this is a piece called The Woman Who Predicted Tech Fascism. So her name is Paulina Borsuk. So, yeah, she was apparently writing about like tech fascism stuff or tech authoritarianism, like I said, back in the 80s. And so we're going to have a listen to what she has to say about this because she's been covering this, I guess, more than anyone else, really. Because like Silicon Valley is a pretty unique project to history, and we're really seeing the effects of it now. It's like it's kind of similar to what was going on with the robber barons in the Gilded Age. Like they started monopolizing particular industries in the capitalist world, unlike and concentrating monopoly power unlike anyone had ever seen. And they were controlling such incredible means of production that they were significantly ruling over the economy. And so that's what was on showcase, I think, yesterday. Indirectly, with AWS, it just shows you how much prominence these people have. And it was nothing. It was nothing to what they really could do if they wanted to. Like, have you heard about what Google did, like, just a couple of weeks ago? Like, they basically destroyed, to a large extent, the capacities of things like ChatGPT, for example, or Claude, or any of the other LLMs out there that aren't owned and operated by Google's. They changed their Google search function. So for the first time in Google's history, like you can't just keep clicking because it's Google, and like the word Google is supposed to be like infinite, right? And so you can just click on search after search and like keep on going for like pages, like 100 pages deep if you really wanted to in this word search. But now you can't do that anymore because what was happening was things like ChatGPT was running off the fact that it was using Google search mechanisms to provide its responses to people. So they've limited the amount of search that you can do on Google. And so like now the apparatus that helps, the LLMs that produce responses in ChatGPT or Claude or anything like that, they significantly curbed now. And Google's power play there was like, fuck you, we're going to control AI moving forward, or LLMs, and we're going to curb your ability to use our technology to help your interests. So this is all the techno-feudal battles that are going on, but they control significant infrastructure, and large swathes of the world rely on them for everything, like Microsoft, Apple, like all of the various things that Google are involved with. Like some people, they wouldn't be able to have access to email, they wouldn't know how to browse the internet properly, like all of these services that Google provides. And all of it, is they concentrate it largely, and they can hold the world economy to ransom. And so that's what the AWS situation yesterday, what did the guy call it? The AWS fuck up of 2025 will show us how fragile the system is because they have such monopoly power. And we'll get some words from a woman who's been following this for, 30 years now. It's a good legacy.
tech fascism is here, and it's growing. Elon Musk is using...
We have all been willful idiots at one time in our life, and at this point in time, they should know what they're actually doing to all of us at this point. Yeah, I think they know. I think they definitely know. They know what's going on. And it's a conceited effort now. Like before, it was kind of like, as Shoshana describes in Surveillance Capitalism, it was kind of like, oh wow, and they stumbled across some of this, and they're like, fuck, we can use this technology like this. I'm like, oh okay, let's just see how this goes. Let's see how that goes. Like the original Google company motto was "Don't be evil." They scrapped that one pretty quickly when they realized that that was antithetical to their new drive for tech supremacy. And that's what this is. And what does the tech supremacy turn into once they own all of those, or like large portions of that infrastructure, that means of production? What do they do with it? Then they want to control the world, or the world economy outside of that. Grand Tifa's in the house. At least this shows those living now how previous humans allowed bad to happen under their watch. Yeah, we're watching all of this kind of in slow motion, but not slow motion, because this stuff moves so quickly and no one can regulate it. But like, it is almost like that. We get glimmers of it every now and again. But yeah, welcome to the stream. All right, I'll let Gil do his introductions. They're so hardcore.
Tech fascism is here, and it's growing.
It's here.
Elon Musk is using X as a propaganda machine for far-right movements worldwide. Peter Thiel openly speaks of his disdain for democracy, and tech billionaires are building surveillance and military machinery for an authoritarian state, all to bolster the fascist regime of Donald Trump. Tech fascism didn't emerge quietly. It grew openly, in plain sight. So why did tech critics in journalism fail to warn us about it? For one thing, they were too busy licking the boots of tech billionaire CEOs. But there were a few exceptions, like today's guest, Paulina Borsuk. Back in the 1990s, most tech journalists were worshiping Silicon Valley, but Borsuk did the opposite. Writing for Wired magazine and other publications, Borsuk warned of a new toxic techno-libertarian political strain, one informed by the absolutist worldview of Ayn Rand, a new wave that sought to create a world as controllable and predictable as a computer, one with no room for the messy reality of human needs. In 2001, Borsuk published Cyber Selfish, a critical romp through the terribly libertarian world of high tech. The book skewered high-tech culture with a scathing analysis, and it revealed the childish political beliefs and toxic masculinity at its core. She predicted that if these tech figures ever took an interest in politics, it would be bad news for the world. Spoiler alert, that's exactly what happened.
That's what we're seeing now. Spoiler alert. Thank you, Gil. I love the drama. He's pretty good at his introductions and the music choice as well. He's right. Like, to a certain extent, we are seeing this now. Like, the Silicon Valley was for a long time always accused of being like this liberal powerhouse, right? And I mean liberal in the US sense. So like, progressives and DEI project and like all of this nice stuff, cancel culture and political correctness. And like, they were always supporting, I guess you would say, Democrats and all that sort of stuff. They were progressive, okay? So they had like, good equal opportunity for employment systems in place in their companies, at least on face value. But now, like with the Trump administration, all of them were there at Trump's inauguration. Like that was one of the scariest signs for me when we were watching Trump get inaugurated earlier this year. And like those, like there was like the veritable who's who of the American bourgeoisie was there hanging out, and like shaking hands, but like very sticking out like a sore thumb, and strangely very vocally pointed in the audience. Like they had pretty good, almost front row seats in the inauguration, were the biggest in tech bros in the US. They were there front and center, and they are integral to Trump's project now, the MAGA project, which is control of the Republican Party. Again, like, 10, 20 years ago, these people would have scoffed at a figure like Trump, a right-wing populist. And now it doesn't really matter. They want in on politics. And like the American two-party system shows us, it really doesn't matter which of the parties is in. Most of them have corporate backing to some degree, or large-scale moneyed interests that back them. And now we are seeing the face of these tech bros coming out, and it is a face that it doesn't really care, Democrat or Republican, just fund them and get policy decisions in our favor so we can produce more and more control over the means of production specifically, and they can take over more of the world. And like the American state wants that anyway. They need these tech bros. That's why there's a marriage of corporate and state in this sense, because they've got to take on China, and China is really the only threat to America's digital supremacy across the entire world. And it was interesting to see like Nepal in the lens, as Brian from New Atlas put it. It's like Nepal was a off the side skirmish between China and the US potentially about who gets to create a world where their internet is the key that holds everything together. Um, and, you know, is it the Chinese internet system with its firewall protected from American influence, or is it the American system that has taken up the rest of the world? Like, whose internet is going to reign supreme over the future of humanity soon? And these tech bros, they're now turning political, and they're instrumental in the world that is being shaped in the moment, one that is going to be divided between East and West. And we've already picked out, like, I'm talking to the Australians in the audience right now, we've picked our side, apparently. That's what yesterday was all about. Alba went there, signed a minerals deal, because all these rare earth minerals, they are critical to the tech future that we're all hurtling towards at an astounding rate. And we've picked our side. Apparently, we're definitely with the Americans. We're not going to play diplomacy on this one, which we could, because we have strategic relevance, but we're not gonna play diplomacy on this one. We're actually just going to side with the US, I think, outright. I actually have to pull one thing, that techno-fascism, feudalism was not a term invented by this woman. She simply took the word techno-peasantry that was created by Frank Herbert in 1950 when he was forming his ideas that would become Dune. Skip to 26 in for the 4-minute part that proves it. Sources cited. I've got sources. I got the sources. All right, fair enough. I'll take it. So you're saying, sorry, like this woman, as in Paulina Borsuk, she didn't come up with the term. I would like to finish. I'll let Gil do his thing, and then we'll have a look at alternative stuff.
Years before tech figures like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel would rise to challenge democracy, Paulina Borsuk saw it coming. But the media gatekeepers, they weren't interested in any bad news about their access to power and their advertising dollars. Her book wasn't a bestseller at the time, and her writing career took a dive. Today, however, Borsuk's work is back in the spotlight because she was right. A new generation is discovering her sharp and prophetic work, one that set a standard for what tech coverage can and should be. Nearly a quarter century ago, she was ignored when she tried to warn the world. But maybe today, it's not too late to finally listen. Here's our conversation. Hey, Paulina, thanks for joining me today.
Hi, Gil, my new best friend.
So you were an early critic of Silicon Valley. In the 1990s, when many other journalists were sucking up to tech and helping to build this cult of worship around tech CEOs and founders, you took a very different approach, and you tore into them with a scathing critique in your essays and in your book, Cyber Selfish, A Critical Romp Through the Terribly Libertarian Culture of High Tech. You described a culture of antisocial, anti-government men with massive egos and superiority complexes, and you warned that this could pose a problem for the rest of us.
Haven't seen Gil? This is really niche, I would say. Like, I remember when we first found Gil, thanks to Jag's uncle, like, Gil had like 3,000 subscribers or something like that. Look at him now, tripled, bro. And like in like a day or something, he gets a few thousand views on a video. So yeah, he's kind of new, I guess you would say, as an independent journalist. He's worked as a journalist for Democrat political figures for a while, I think, as like in their PR campaigns and running propaganda for them. And now he's like, yeah, he's independent, I guess you would say. But like he takes on specifically Silicon Valley and the tech sector. And so, yeah, he's carving out a nice little specialty for himself. And he does some interesting analysis. But it's more like ideological tech stuff. I don't think he gets into the nuts and bolts of the technology itself, if you know what I am saying. Yeah, she didn't invent anything. She co-opted Frank Herbert. So many people have over time. Yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to get the feeling that Albo is trying to direct Australia to becoming the next China, in that we try to ride the line between hegemonic powers while building our power and influence. The mineral deal puts us in position where the US depends on Australia. Yeah, again, yes, I agree with that summation there. We've picked a side though. We've picked a side because some of the analysis that people were talking about was that this was his way of ensuring AUKUS. So we're ensuring Americans deliver on the stuff we paid for anyway. Which is like, it's a shame that we have to use up our bargaining power just to get something that we're actually entitled to anyway. But whatever. But like allowing the American corporations and industry to come in and develop these processing facilities, while we've also kind of given them, as part of that deal, entry into our market. We've also ensured that we will deal with only them and people they're interested in that market, and we've set up like price protection for them in that market. You're right. The fact is they're building the means of production here in Australia, and so building that actually builds out our interest, because that's where the means of production are. You can't just pick up that factory and put it on a fucking I don't know, a container ship and take it to the US. Like, you might be able to transfer some stuff, but like, it's not easy. And so, yeah, it's actually shoring up our interest. And like, I don't know, maybe you weren't with us for all of that yesterday, but I kept on saying, look, if the US are going to come in and build out the rare earth mineral processing industry in Australia at like half their cost, if not more, and they're going to build it here, like upfront capital costs is like the hardest thing when it comes to industry, especially advanced industry, in the modern age. Let them fucking build it, and then we get the means of production. That's crazy. Oh, I missed that. We will be the white China, much more palatable to a US public opinion. Savage. All right, I'm going to let these guys speak.
One day. And unfortunately, you turned out to be right. And we're going to get into that. But the reason we're doing the podcast today is because we were able to connect recently. I read about you in Cyber Selfish and in the book by David Columbia, and other people brought me to your attention. So all of a sudden, as I wrote my own book on these guys, your name kept popping up and we finally connected. And then a couple of weeks ago, I was very frustrated by something I read in Wired, where an old editor was saying, oh, I didn't understand what this was, and he kind of still doesn't. And I was so upset by that I did a Blue Sky thread where I talked about your work, your book, and how you saw this all coming and how it was there for people to see if they were looking for it. And it went, much to my surprise, quite viral and resulted in some pretty good contributions to your GoFundMe, since it's hard out there being a freelance writer, especially one who takes on power and challenges the wealthy. So here we are. Your book is sort of way ahead of its time, and unlike in some cases, is finally maybe about to get its due. So we're going to get into the details of this, but let's start a bit earlier. How did you become a writer, and how did you fall into the world of tech?
I was shot in the head when I was 14, and I have moderate permanent traumatic brain injury, and there are just all kinds of things I can't.
Slow down. I need the captions. I heard did she just say I got shot in the head?
And I have
yeah, I was shot in the head when I was 14.
Moderate permanent traumatic
Jesus
brain injury, and there are just all kinds of things I can't do. I could never have been a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, anything. My brain does not work. So a friend of mine was working at a small software company in Marin County, and he said, well, why don't you come here and see if you could maybe do some documentation? And all of a sudden, I could do this. And I cannot tell you the joy it gave me to feel like there is something I can do. I can have a life. I can have a career. And so I got involved with technology in that sense in the early
psychic.
1980s.
Yeah, I know, right? There's people that have those head injuries, those scary or crazy head injuries, and they can sell their services as a psychic. Yeah, that's funny. China was a factory. They refused to sell unprocessed stuff. They refused to sell unprocessed stuff. Australia will be whatever you want, baby. You want minerals? We got them. Not a white China, as well as we sell base stuff. China wants to be more advanced. If NZ just sells sheep, we sell rocks. Yeah, but that's why we need to move to processing as well. I think it's important. Industrial, like instead of just being a colonial outpost, we could be a producer. We could be inside the industrial chain, and that's where the value is really produced. That's the value, bro. Yeah.
And my feeling was, this is interesting. It's not worth fetishizing. It's just like infrastructure. It's water, it's electricity. It's, it just is what it is. So I was always aware of the human hand in all this. And I started working for a magazine called Data Communications Magazine. It's about as interesting as you think. It's bits, bytes, speeds, feeds, all that stuff. But it put me at the beginning of all this stuff. I always say I went to the press conference Bill Gates had in 1984 introducing Windows. I went to the first conference on the coming commercialization of the internet. When I was running around Silicon Valley reporting on this or writing about that or going to that conference, I was always looking at the people. What were they saying? How did they think? Why did they make that strange remark? I think that was part of what led me to pay attention to this strange undertone I was noticing everywhere because I was paying attention to the people. I have an MFA from Columbia. I write fiction and poetry. I was always interested in character and people. That's what I was looking at, not just what did the latest Wonder widget do. I have a very anti-authoritarian personality, so I don't belong to the Tracy Kidder school of journalism of heroizing people. I try to pay attention, I try to be fair, but I don't automatically assume that they have a slightly golden aura about them. I never feel that way. I don't feel like they're necessarily evil.
She has an anti-authoritarian feel to her. Eh? She's a fucking anarchist. That's what she is. Eh? Where's I'm here just to watch a trash fire. I think we were speaking about this yesterday. She sounds like an anarchist. Jackie Bailey, we've been paying for everything here in America since 1913, when the ultra wealthy got tired of paying it for themselves. What do you mean by that exactly? Can you give me an example?
But I just think they're just people, and I want to pay attention to who they are and what they say. Another piece of this is I did come from a good sort of New Deal family and belonged to the ACLU in high school. So I always had a certain kind of political orientation. I'm not necessarily an activist, but I could never tune out that part of life. If politics is how power affects people, I was always trying to pay attention to that. I ended up being an early writer for Wired, and they used to joke about, we can't have you in every issue. It can't be the Paulina Borsic magazine. And I ended up doing a lot of profiles of people because, again, I try to understand them as characters. And I think that lends you very well to paying attention to what these guys were doing and saying and thinking, which made no sense to me at all. I mean, it had its own internal logic, but it wasn't logical. Because, as I've always said, no sector of society has benefited more and suffered less from the government than Silicon Valley. They've got such a chip on their shoulder. They're so angry. They feel so badly done by. And they have no sense of how much the government funded all that research, did everything to make their lives possible and comfortable, yet they're violently anti-government.
It's funny, isn't it? Like, because they do. We've looked at the history of Silicon Valley, which was really fucking interesting too. We have covered a lot of fucking territory this year. But why have they got such an anti-government streak? Why are they all libertarian wankers who have turned techno-feudal or dark enlightenment preachers? They've got so much from the government, so much assistance, so much funding, so many things have been developed by places like the CIA or intelligence services that front their own companies, which is questionable stuff. And then they walk, and they just acquire that technology all of a sudden and they're able to use it. It's crazy. Dilemmas, we are just leverage point for USA versus China now. Yeah, but like the leverage point, if that's why you put USA first, it's like we are leverage for USA versus China, as opposed to just a leverage point for someone in that general conflict. Won't say no to a handout. Yeah, but you can, fine, but don't complain about it either. Let's say we'll take all of this, government funded research and apply it and make bank off it and then just be like, so the government never helps us with anything. God, I hate the government. We need a libertarian society right now. That's it. No more government.
Speaking of people and anti-government attitudes, in Cyber Selfish, you mentioned seeing a singles ad in the 90s that read, Ayn Rand enthusiast is seeking libertarian-oriented female for great conversation and romance. I am very attractive and bright, high-tech entrepreneur. So there were early signs of this immature, libertarian fantasy in the tech world. What were the other signs that made you tune into these characters and what was going on?
Well, just to go with the Ayn Rand, I often feel a lot of them read it like in middle school, but they never outgrew that phase. I grew up in Pasadena, which meant I was around the old Caltech JPL space program kind of engineering culture. Those guys were very aware of what the government did. They had a sense of social contract. They were really different than this community of people, yet superficially they seem very similar. Like, for example, their attitude about philanthropy was so weird. It's like, I talk about it in the book, like if a cat loves you, it gives you a dead rat, whether you want a dead rat or not. If there's philanthropy, it's like we will throw technology at it, and that's all we're interested in. I became fascinated with the cipher.
Is that an interesting analogy, what she talks about there? Like, this is why you have to be really careful about the idea of philanthropy and like people like, fucking Bill Gates and stuff like that. Like, it's just because someone's a philanthropist, it's not the same thing as like them sharing their wealth back to society and then society getting to decide what to do with that wealth and like, socializing the wealth that people have. Like, a lot of people can be philanthropists, but they have a fucking agenda and then they get a tax write off because of their philanthropy. And like, who knows what like their agenda really is behind a lot of philanthropic endeavors, NGOs and organizations. Like it's really questionable stuff, and you can call anything philanthropy because you're not directly profiting off it, but it's serving your agenda somehow. And this is the thing she's calling out with these tech bros, right? Is okay, we want to be philanthropic. Here's some of our tech, and so like they might push it on people for certain reasons, and who knows what they're really up to. But like they're giving it away for free, so it's philanthropy, right? There you go. Have this tech, and don't complain about it. I think they are more than aware they need the government, but it's a way to deflect blame and rally their base, pointing it all back to the evil government. Yeah, and that's just like as old as conservative logic itself, isn't it? It's just like, oh, well, like the government's really important. We need it for our protection, but hands off me, big government, right? You don't want them to have too much oversight. Then they might actually take our power away from us. It's a delicate balance in that form of logic. We've always been a slave country. It's scary, isn't it? Indoctrinating philanthropy is just a rich guy's word for tax evasion. So good. They're trying to make America great again. JPL employees cared about science engineering. Don't think private IT companies care about it either. Facebook said so much earlier. If we waste money on AI, it's only so a competitor doesn't solve the problem first, and then we won't make money. That's like that's the Facebook trap, isn't it? Like Meta has been like ever since Zuckerberg did produce Facebook, which is revolutionary stuff, like bringing social media to the forefront and making it like incredibly profitable, like consolidating that. Like it was there, but like someone had to put it all together and make it work, and he did it, and he's been chasing that glory ever since. Like he's been trying to provide the next revolutionary technology ever since and be on the forefront so he can maintain his billion, almost $1 trillion empire. And so he can throw money at anything in the hope that he's just doesn't fall behind and get forgotten. And it's just like Meta becomes a story of the past, like what's happened to Facebook, right? So government gets in the way rather than being a funding reason behind JPL. It's not that the tech bros are anti-government. They are pro their government. Yes. All right. That's the call of the day. There it is. Dilemmas. There it is.
Because these were extreme anarcho. I became fascinated with the cypherpunks because these were extreme anarcho-capitalist, violently anti-government, code will free us, let's encrypt everything subculture at the time. And I was fascinated by them because if nothing else, unlike a lot of other people in Silicon Valley, they were tossing around ideas. They may have been crackpot ideas to me, but they were fascinating. It was just this scary moment where I assumed, being in the Bay Area, that everyone else was sort of like a good liberal kid like I was. And then I began to realize, better not make that assumption. they seem so paranoid and fearful, like, the jackbooted government thugs were going to come and, I don't know, do what to you. Early cypherpunks were more worried about what government was going to do. Later, people were more aware of what the corporations were going to do, but that was a late dawning realization. Yeah, but when I saw that personal ad, I went, oh my gosh, this is perfect. He's outspokenly said what I think a lot of those guys think. I'm a slightly important high-tech exec, and I'm libertarian, and of course you want to get with this alpha male because I'm an alpha male. I thought it was pretty silly. I mean, I hate to say it, but at the time, I didn't find it so scary. At the time, I found it kind of laughable.
In the book, you described virulent techno-libertarianism as scary and psychologically brittle, and you wrote a paragraph that is probably the best explanation of tech libertarianism or fascism ever written. It bespeaks a lack of human connection and a discomfort with the core of what many of us consider it means to be human. It's an inability to reconcile the demands of being individual with the demands of participating in society, which coincides beautifully with a preference for and a glorification of being the solo commander of one's computer in lieu of any other economically viable behavior. Computers are so much more rule-based, controllable, fixable, and comprehensible than any human will ever be. As many political schools of thought do, these techno-libertarians make a philosophy out of a personality defect.
Heavy, heavy. So she's just saying like these computer nerds who have no social skills at all will want to set up societies and attract partners and persons that are able to understand their complete lack of said social skills and like want to kind of, what's the word, fawn over their incredible power and the entrepreneurial skill that they have set up, being kind of hermits and social isolationists, but they still want the rewards, the social rewards that come with that. They want the notoriety, they want the fame, they want the fortune, they want the wealth, and they try to recapture some of that lost glory that they should have, being the power brokers that they really are. It's very interesting, and it kind of goes like, I really am sick and tired of people over-diagnosing and over-analyzing like autistic tendencies and people on like the spectrum of autism out there in society. A lot of people, I think, take the piss out of autism and like they'll explain some of their behaviors as being autistic or whatever when they don't feel like socializing or something like that, or they want to lock themselves in a room and just nerd out on something for a long period of time and not touch grass for ages, and they'll be like, oh, it's just me being autistic again, or that's my autism, blah 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 blah. I think there's a lot of cop out in like people self-diagnosing with autism and all that sort of stuff, but like this does really show some of the stuff that goes on in this industry where you have these people that are kind of socially defunct, as she calls it, and will spend their lives kind of, evading humans and dealing with computers that are categorically easy to relate to and integrate with, because humans are difficult, humans are complex. And like, I think the epitome of that type of behavior is shown in what we've looked at with Mark Zuckerberg and his ploy to kind of integrate AI into social relationships, like real social relationships. And he was describing like how people in this day and age, they have 3 friends, but they want more. And like AI is going to do that for them. And like they see this world of their relationships with their computers and how they can dominate them and they can control them and tune them in just a way that they can make them like these perfect little worlds for them to exist in. And like, that's what they're going to do with this technology. They're going to make that perfectly tunable world outside of any type of social complexity for people to kind of just veg out in and escape the complexities of human social relations. It's scary. This is the idea related to what Shoshana refers to as the machine hive. Is this the idea? So I can't remember because it's been so long since I've read the book. Like, I'm gonna have to look over this again. Like, these concepts that you're coming up with, you are testing my memory big time on all this. Could you just give us a snapshot of what the machine hive is, please? Because it sounds relevant. Maybe you're just jealous of the relationship we have with our computer. And we do have cultures of alpha males who think they can train women, control like a machine. Yeah, well, not everything's fucking programmable, which is like life's not fucking programmable. Life is actually sometimes very random and out of your control, and people find that hard to deal with. But that's, that's those things that give us value and quality of life, where there are things that are outside of our control that we have to deal with. And when you overcome adversity or you rise to a challenge, it gives depth to your personality instead of just, being able to program everything and control the variables like you would with a computer. Yeah, training women. Like, that's like the joke of the AI girlfriend in the video that we just watched before. I can't even talk to my AI girlfriend about this because AWS just went down. So crazy. The machine hive, the confluent mind created by machine learning, is the material means to the final elimination of the chaotic elements that interfere with guaranteed outcomes. Is the material means to the final elimination of the chaotic elements that interfere with guaranteed outcomes. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, this is similar to what she's talking about there. There's a culture of people out there that like program everything, and they want everything categorized. That's the problem with like computer philosophy, let's call it, or like a computerized mentality, is like not everything comes down to a binary option, right? It's not everything is ones and zeros. Sometimes there is a spectrum, and it might appear that there's only a binary option in front of you, but there might be a third option, there might be a fourth option, there might be other things, and you might have to walk away from it in the immediate you might have to walk away from the immediacy of what you're dealing with, reflect on it, and come back, and you might be enlightened and see other ways. But in this instant gratification culture we are pushing towards, and this is the machine hive, right? Like we are pushing towards a world where we are instantly satiated by things and we have instant response times. It's crazy. Too many big words for me. I'll ask AI. Gotcha. Instead of the typical assurances that machines can be designed to be more like human beings, Schmidt and Duran argue just the opposite. It's necessary for people to become more like machines. Yeah. I only learned that I was on the spectrum when my son got diagnosed. Then I did the genetic test and they said, yep, he got it from you. These Gen Z need to white knuckle it through life like I did, only to find out at 37 why things are harder than everyone else. Yeah, white knuckle through life a little bit. I just like, look, don't get me wrong, there's obviously people that can be located somewhere on the spectrum, but the spectrum obviously has changed a lot, like, in the last 20 years or something like that. And so I think they open it up a little bit more, but there's a lot of people that self-diagnose because I think they think it's trendy. They want to be like a genius type or something like that, or excuse social behaviors. They're just like, oh, sorry, it's because of this reason and that. And you're like, is it, or like, are you being antisocial? Like, come on. And like these people are the types, these ones that, they create these little empires, and then they don't focus or exercise their social capabilities at all, and then expect to be rewarded just because they're alphas or something like that in their little entrepreneurial worlds. Talk about a communication spectrum after saying people are excusing behavior by claiming autism is kind of off, man. Talking about a communication spectrum. I'm not going to type. I'm going through a type 1 autism diagnosis at the moment. Talking about a communication spectrum after saying people are excusing behavior. I think people definitely do that. Like, I don't even think that's even a problem to point that out. I think that people should be pointing that out more, actually. Like I said, I'm sure there's lots of people that get diagnosed with stuff all the time, but there's also people that definitely use things as excuses for antisocial behavior. And so, like, there's nothing wrong with calling that stuff out. I think it should be called out. It should be massively called out because it destroys the value of the diagnosis of people that need some type of assistance and need to be categorized appropriately, as opposed to people using it as some type of, I don't know, like I said, like a trend or an excuse for things. I think it's awful that people would take away the real value of something by getting on a trend or something. I think it depreciates the entirety of the matter. Heard about Turing test used to show perfect creation of thought. Now AI slop shows us to be human is to be able to spot mistakes rather than to generate. Which is why I agree we should try to be more machine or inverse as what we think we are doing. We do well is wrong. Which is why I agree we should try to be more machine or inverse as what we think we are doing, we do well is wrong. After he was an adult, no doubt, but unless you have it, I wouldn't be the one doing ITM. I don't know what that is. Humans spot mistakes, machines are good at generating. I think there is some validity to that. There are some examples of that in the book as well. People don't learn so well. I've seen inside the NDIS machine, there's definitely fraud. Yeah, there's a lot of that. When I used to work in government, I got to see firsthand some of the people, like from a development sense, that used to defraud the system massively. Asterisk. No doubt. But unless you have it, I wouldn't be the one doing it. M is above the dot in my phone. Right. If you say no doubt, then you can call it out. If there is people that are exploiting it, I think that should be called out. And like these tech people are the types. They build these little worlds where they think that they're up on some pedestal and then expect to be socially integrated amongst antisocial behavior. Like, don't call people out faking it unless you have it. No, that's wrong. I don't believe in that at all. Well, I can't call people out faking something unless I am faking it as well, or something like that. Or if I'm a person that is also inclined to that, that's crazy. It'd be like, I can't be anti-capitalist because I'm not a capitalist. I can call anti-capitalists out for their antisocial behavior every day of the week. I don't have to be a capitalist to do that. I don't agree with that. I'm actually calling people out that are doing the wrong thing. I think that is actually required and should be done more, is what I'm saying. There's a lot of people that ride on things and self-diagnose, as I've said, because they think it gives them some type of credit or pass on things. And I think that is wrong because it belittles and diminishes the importance of these things for people, like you said, that do have it. It actually diminishes their value in society greatly, and it should be called out, that type of stuff. You can't just call something out because you have it. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all, actually. Assumptions make an ass out of you and me. What if someone turns around and give you documents proving it? Well, then do it then. Give me documents proving it. That's what I'm saying. Like, prove it instead of getting some type of credit out of it, some type of social credit out of it, or a social pass out of it. Like I said, people do manipulate things for their own benefit, and they should be called out for it. So I don't understand what you're trying to prove here. Just because you have something, you're the only one who can talk about it. I think that's a dangerous mindset to have, actually. Everyone should be able to call out what they want. Why should they have to? Well, you're the one who just said it. You said they have to prove it. So, yeah. What social credit do we get? Are you classifying yourself as someone who uses or weaponizes autism? Is that what you're describing yourself as? So, like, I don't know what you mean by we. So you'll have to explain that one.
A description we are all very familiar with now in the era of people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Peter Thiel. Tell us how you came to this stunningly accurate conclusion, in particular the connection between
I'm not asking them to do anything. You brought that up. So I don't know what you're talking about, man. You'll have to explain it a little bit more than just one sentence responses.
being in control of one's computer and seeking to create a world that is structured in the same way.
Many years ago, in the 80s and 90s, there was a group called Computer Professionals for Social Responsibility. And these are people working in Silicon Valley, but they had a sense of the larger world, that there are big issues we need to think about: privacy, surveillance, what's our impacting the environment. That was a certain kind of person that used to be in Silicon Valley. Those people began to retire and die off, and they were replaced by this other kind of person. Another thing that crept in, I feel like, with the Netscape IPO and all the money that began to be made in Silicon Valley, is they really bought the Milton Friedman thing of stockholder theory of value. So anything that affects stock price is bad. So therefore, the way they're all kowtowing to Trump now, I don't even know how much of them really like what Trump is doing or believe what he's doing. They just don't want to mess with the shareholder thing. That's it. They're just being amoral, I would say, rather than immoral. And a lot of the language of Silicon Valley, you can blame Wired for a lot of this techno optimism and personal empowerment. And, we're new and cool and creative and you're old and dead and in the way. Once money started really pouring in, they were being lauded as like the smartest, coolest, most amazing, wonderful people that ever existed. And so who would have the strength of character to question that? Nobody, I would say, generally. People are scratching you behind the ears and telling you that the way you are, however limited it is perfect and perfect for this moment. I know that's a psychological explanation, but that's really how I read it.
One thing that's amazing to me is that after you were writing this book, you wouldn't have known it at the time. Most of us wouldn't have. Mincha Smoldbug, whose real name is Curtis Yarvin, who's become a big thinker on the tech fascist right, starts two projects. One project to create a new operating system for the politics of the United States, structured after monarchy or corporate dictatorship, catches the attention of Peter Thiel and gets expressed through things like Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or as I like to call it, destruction of government by Elon.
Yeah, that sounds good.
But at the same time, lesser known to non-technical people, is he was trying to create this new internet, to remake the internet from scratch with something he called Urbit, digital feudalism. So it'd be an internet that worked like a monarchy, like a digital feudalism, where people could buy huge swaths of it. And so it'd be this anti-internet internet. So in that way, this metaphor of Curtis Yarvin both trying to remake the internet as digital feudalism, which is literally what he called it, and trying to remake the world as high-tech feudalism. So this quote you have about how they want the world to be controllable and fixable like a computer is almost perfectly expressed through Curtis Yarvin and his philosophy.
I would say one thing I think is worth mentioning is that I loved the old ARPANET culture. I love those guys. They were a bunch of sweet, smart, information-sharing geeks, really wanted to do right and do good. They weren't in it for the money. They were into making the best possible infrastructure. And at the time, it was entirely made for information sharing. The opposite of what you're describing here. It was egalitarian, it was self-policing, it was a whole bunch of stuff. But when I was watching the coming commercialization, I was thinking their technical protocols are impeccable. But this has not been designed for commercial use and for other people who are not so sweetie pie lamb chop academics. I can't put it any other way. Digital feudalism is not going to create something like that. It just can't.
Well, that brings us to our next question. One of the glaring contradictions of tech libertarianism, or I think has morphed into tech fascism, is that so many of these guys hate government and seek to dismantle it, yet most of their fortunes are built upon public infrastructure and government contracts and subsidies. As you said earlier, so many of these men come from extreme privilege, and yet they are extremely angry for some reason, almost as if they're angry that they don't get to arise from some Randian miasma of self-made heroism, but actually had a lot of privileges and were smart enough to make use of them. The existence of government and the public good almost undermines their own personal myth. And you argued in the book that Silicon Valley's...
That's an interesting concept too, isn't it? That like these people, because of their self-aggrandizement, they don't want to believe that the government has had any help with the Silicon Valley movement, or has helped launch their businesses into being globally powerful and then becoming billionaires in their own rights. They think that that's all individual genius and something that they've done completely of their own volition and their own making. And so like because of their self-deluded nature, that's why they're libertarian almost, in the sense that they want the government to stay away now that they've amassed all of this power and leave them alone, because really it was all of their genius that did it. They didn't have any say in it at all. Bro, I've been using kind of medical cognitive diagnosis as a way to explain my anti-capitalist behavior at work. That said, I've talked my way into some good jobs, then get paid to learn how to work it. AI kind of came at the right time because I've faked competency by leaning heavily on it. That's interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting. Fake it until you make it. That's how I moved through my corporate sector roles and my governmental roles, to be honest. I'm not saying that's what you're asking them to do. No, who has it? Like, if you assume I'm weaponizing it, do you expect me to prove it? That's how it's coming across. Well, that's not what I'm saying. So if you're interpreting it like that, then that's not what I'm saying at all. It's not what I'm saying at all. I think you have to just go back and re-listen to what we were talking about originally. Got moderated again, like on Twitch. Let me have a look what you've written, just so I can put it through. Give me a sec. Oh, I can't see where you got moderated, like what you got done. I said a bad word, but I can't see it. Like, usually there's something I have to click to say. Oh, wait, there it is. Yeah, I don't know if you can say that, actually. Maybe you can't. If you're using an excuse to be antisocial, it's probably fake. The kicker is that you want to be social, but you don't know how, can't read cues, and get RSD when you try. Yeah, I think that's more along the lines of what I'm talking about. There are people out there that grab onto things to excuse antisocial behavior, and when they know that they're fully capable of knowing what is right and wrong, or acceptable social decorum, and they're just like, oh well, sorry, it's because of this or because of that. Like, people weaponize that thing, and it's horrible to excuse things just because of some self-diagnosis as a pass for things that is unacceptable behavior. And like, more than that, people are jumping on. I feel that there's a bit of a trend out there, and like, you have these people, like typically like these Silicon Valley types, that are like, think they're geniuses for some reason, because like they're billionaires, they're self-made billionaires, and they made some business in their mum and dad's garage, and like, they had incredible subsidy and assistance from the government, but because they think they're geniuses, and like, to be a genius means you have to have some type of, I don't know, like condition on some type of spectrum, then they say, oh well, I must be this, I must be that, and like, they're completely like, where's this all coming from? Just because you want to be called a genius. Like, there's a lot of, all I'm calling out is self-diagnosis, which is the thing that me and Dilemmas are talking about. And I think it's unfair when people do stuff like that because they want to be considered something, so they can justify some grandiose notion that they're a genius, or they can use it to swat away typical social decorum. Jackie Bailey, the politics put them on a pedestal. That's where the politicians get their gravy. Rubber stamp. I said a bad word. Yeah, you did. You don't know mean. Gotta drop. See you in the afters. See you later. Enjoy.
Elite wanted, quote, the infrastructure of the
Yeah, look at, yes, that's a good example, actually. Look at Elon excusing his Roman salute. He knows what he's doing. Like, this is a guy that's in charge of like a multi-billion-dollar network of industries and corporations and all that sort of stuff. And like, does he walk into every business meeting and start like Roman saluting everyone? No. He knows what he's doing. And he's not a fucking genius either. And he thinks he is, and he will use excuses when it suits him. He's a genius. Oh, I'm this. I know I'm a genius. Or like, oh, sorry, that was a social faux pas. I'm obviously such or such. We're all geniuses here, given our proletarian awareness. Yeah, we're conscious. That's what it is. I don't even need. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, to be conscious, it makes it out like you're some type of fucking genius these days, because like our class consciousness has been completely eradicated. And so like you feel like you're some enlightened Jesus or prophet, enlightened prophet like Jesus or something like that, just for calling out class consciousness. That's not genius at all. It's just realizing that we've been sold a lie and indoctrinated our entire lives. Yeah, I forgot about that. And I was really pissed off at that at the time. I remember we probably talked about it at the time as him, dismissing his Roman salute as his autism or whatever the fuck he was saying it was. Like, get fucked. You know, he's been in enough business meetings and rubbed shoulders with like large and powerful people, important and powerful people, to know what's acceptable decorum in a public space like that. Yeah, it's more the autistic savant myth that needs to be broken. That's what's making it desirable to be seen like that. But look at the little boy with the screaming in the corner of the playground because they can't stand the level of noise from other people. Yes. See, that sort of stuff. Like, yeah, that's what we're talking about, a distinction here between people that for some reason will weaponize it either way as some type of, like you said, genius or savant or something like that. And then other people who, want to excuse their Roman salutes. I forgot about that. That's a really good example, actually. It wasn't, man. It was a Roman salute. I remember looking into that as well. And apparently that Roman salute thing anyway is not even, like, there's no evidence that Romans used to salute like that. There was some Roman movies that came out of Italy in like the 1950s or 60s or something like that. And so like the movies, it was like Italy's Little Hollywood, and like the movies that they were making about Roman history or based on Roman history, they started doing salutes and stuff like that. And so everyone thought that that's how Romans saluted each other, but there's no historical evidence for it apparently. But even beyond that, the teenage girl that can't go out with friends for the sound of eating without throwing up. Yeah, it's heavy. It is heavy. And so it should be given appropriate weight and not, like I said, depreciated by douchebags out there that want a free ride on something like their social faux pas, or wanting to get into the genius class. I think that's fucked. It's just exploitation for the sake of it. I just grab him in the punani and say it's a Trump hello. Yeah. See, his lack of decorum there. And like he hasn't, like, I don't think he's going to make that claim. But like, that's just how his world works when you're as powerful as someone like Donald Trump. And you have the ability to get away with things like that and still get the vote from an evangelical Christian base. Yeah, it's scary stuff. That's crazy, those mental gymnastics there. He can do things like the Access scandal, grab him in the pussy, and the evangelicals still love him. It's the kid locked into their switch because the world makes more sense. Because that world makes more sense than the real one to them. Back to the tech bros, the tech fascists, actually.
Welfare state without the public good almost undermines their own personal myth. And you argued in the book that Silicon Valley's elite wanted, quote, the infrastructure of the welfare state without the responsibility of a citizen. How do you explain this contradiction? What's going on? These people who have benefited from the most from society being so angry and wanting to destroy it.
Part of it, I think, is that they still don't see what government did. When I met Mercer Meyer, early Google person, and she'd moved to California. Whenever she moved to California, you go to Stanford, but it was after Prop 13 had taken place. And I remember California at a time before Prop 13 when the government really worked in California, and we had the best public schools in the world, and everything worked beautifully. And once you had anti-tax, proto-libertarians, Prop 13 kicking in, California went to hell. So we had this young woman who arrived in California when everything was kind of falling apart and taxes were jerry-rigged to support schools. It was a mess. And her lived experience is government is incompetent, inefficient, it doesn't do any good. So part of it is I think their experience of government is they haven't had it. And the other thing I used to say, though it's obviously less true now, is like they really benefited from rule of law, protections for intellectual property, the water worked, the power worked, all of these kind of invisible things that government enforces, regulates, subsidizes, pays for. They just didn't see it. And how do you make people see what they don't want to see? I have no answer to that question.
One of your central themes is that high-tech culture is emotionally stunted, unable to, as you put it, reconcile the demands of being individual with the demands of participating in society. And in recent years, we've seen people like Elon Musk and others openly declare war on empathy. Many in tech are dreaming of a post-human or transhuman world where everything is eaten by AI, and which maybe we no longer even live on this planet. There's a real lack of humanity, of connection to humanity on the part of a lot of these billionaires. What do you think is the root cause of this lack of humanity? Is it the technology? Is it the money? Is it something else?
I get into very risky territory here, but you're kind of asking me a question of like, how many of these people are on the spectrum? And one of the definitions of being on the spectrum is that you can be sweet, you can be considerate, you can be a bunch of things, but you may not be very good at imagining what other people feel, not reading emotional cues very well. And I have wondered about that a lot. There's another piece of this question is, if you also have been weaned on, what do they call them, first-person shooter games, other entities in that are just wallpaper or things to shoot down, you're not really thinking about...
What are they called? What's the term for that? They're like Musk sees the world like this. People say that they're non-player somethings. There's like a gamer term that they use for this type of stuff, where like people are expendable. Because like they're non-player characters, is it? Like they're just background, they're just extras, and so they're completely disposable. And so like she's saying people that have been non-player, is that NPCs? Is that what it stands for? Non-player characters or non-player somethings? NPCs, yeah. And so like there's all these people out there that like it doesn't really matter what they, and she's saying it's because they've been weaned on playing these games. NPCs, yeah. That's a savage assessment of that situation. Is they see the world as a fucking computer game. These self-absorbed tech bros, and like with the power that they have, I'm sure they do. I've heard people explain why Elon Musk thinks that everyone else is an NPC or something, and like he's not, and so why he thinks people are so disposable as well. But like that comes from his power. Like if you were an absolute, like a multi-billionaire and you thought that everything that you had done was like completely thanks to your own intellect and your own skill and your own prowess, instead of the fact that, like as she's described, you've grown up in a society that had, water, electricity, all of the niceties that give you a great living standard and a middle class existence by the usual classification of it. And then you've risen through the ranks at the right time because you were on the right side of a tech boom and, like right place, right time kind of stuff. And you were supported by government subsidies and government technology, and they just gave that to you so you could develop these little empires. Of course that you would think non-playable characters, right? Of course you would think that other people are disposable NPCs, right? In this big game where you're just winning. Like, look, I got to the next level. I'm on level fucking 100 or whatever, and everyone else still's on level 4. Like, I'm a god, really. It's an interesting philosophy, and she's bringing it down to gamer culture. That's funny. People weaned on gamer culture, where there's all these people that are worthless and meaningless. And the attack on empathy, like that was a thing of Charlie Kirk. Where did Charlie Kirk get his fucking philosophy from? He thought that empathy didn't exist, so he's like, tell me why empathy exists. And Elon Musk parrots that stuff as well. You can't be empathetic. Why be empathetic to NPCs? Who cares? And like that's pretty capitalist as well, isn't it? Like the way that capitalism works is that like you consider your individual interests, and then like if everybody looks after their own interests, that like society will work somehow. So you don't worry about anyone else, and you definitely don't worry about externalities like costs to like the environment or something like that. How do you factor those into the price of something? Fuck it, who cares? Don't worry about the environment. Nobody needs the environment.
The larger consequences of anything. You just want to win that round of the game.
And that was something we've talked about because in the book, you do use the word autism to describe some of these guys.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to say that anymore.
We know a lot more about autism now than we did then.
Sure.
And neurodivergence, we've become a lot more aware of it. We understand that it's many different things. It's not just one thing. A lot of these guys, too, do try to claim to be on the spectrum. It's almost become sort of a badge of honor for some of them to attribute their behavior to neurodivergence. And I'm not saying that none of them are neurodivergent, but I think the thing we're identifying here that's bad, that's anti-human, can't necessarily be explained.
Good afternoon, Matt Bond in the house. How you going? We are discovering the world of the tech bros and tech fascism, and we're looking at a guy called Gil Duran, who kind of analyzes techno feudalism, I think, or surveillance capitalism, and calls out the bullshit of the tech bros. So that's where we're at the moment. Isn't that interesting? We've just had this discussion. Like sometimes I pre-watch stuff, but I haven't had a chance to watch this one. We've just had this discussion that he's talking about. Let's see what Gil thinks about this. Eh? We just finished this discussion.
And I'm not saying that none of them are neurodivergent, but I think the thing we're identifying here that's bad, that's anti-human, can't necessarily be explained by that as much as it could also be explained by sociopathic effects of great wealth and power.
We have this chicken and egg problem, which is our culture overall is kind of, we see a loss of social contract. We see people spending all their time in front of screens. They've lost their ability to connect with others. Voluntary association has gone down. People have fewer friends. And then the pandemic happens. What do they call it? A positive feedback loop with a negative outcome. The thing is, there is a book by Philip Slater, who was an amazing guy who everyone's forgotten. He was a sociologist. He wrote a book called Wealth Addiction that was published in like 1981. And he described a lot of these same characteristics of too much is never enough. These people are really impaired as human beings. No matter how much they have, they can't stop grasping. And it was in 1981. And this is before Silicon Valley was anything other than this kind of parochial place that maybe people had heard of Intel. And, and it's not like the robber barons were nice guys either. The 19th century robber barons, they weren't full of fellow feeling and compassion and the impact of their behaviors on anyone else. I mean, this is a well-established, unfortunately, human trait. I mean, one of the things I always say is that as a species, we're too smart, we're too aggressive, and we're too good at exploiting our ecological niches. And this is some of what we're seeing here that's kind of a pattern that's repeated itself through history, the tech flavor of that. The heroization of these people I never understood, but of course, that's not my nature. I did interact with people in Silicon Valley that I thought were great, but they also struck me as being lovely human beings, and they also invented real stuff. They weren't just participating in financialization, violating people's privacy. They created stuff that was real and did cool stuff. So I don't want anyone to think I'm totally anti-tech.
Yeah, it's a good distinction there. There is a difference between people that like just want to financialize an entire market and surveil, like just like create value from exploiting people's private lives, I guess you say, or like attacking people's privacy. There's that. And then there's like, creating cool stuff, as you said, and cool technologies, right? Gamers are nerfed revolutionaries. I've told you this before, I swear. They stifled and prepared us for the techno peasantry with horse armor and DLC. Dilemmas, if you call it neurospicy, you're faking it. That's an actual problem. Sociopath disguising themselves as innocent is nothing new. Yeah, it's actually, yeah, she raised a good point, I think, there. There is a distinction between being a sociopath and being someone who is, as they are describing, as like neurodivergent, and uh, having some type of constraint on your ability to understand social decorum, and deliberately ignoring social decorum, or not having developed your social decorum consciously because of like bad behavior or a sense of fucking entitlement. That's the thing that like these guys have. An immense and and dangerous sense of fucking entitlement that comes with their wealth, as he's describing. I do think it is kind of, it does play on your mind. If you have a lot of wealth and power, you probably think that you have the right to, control other people and tell other people what to do. You feel like your power is justified, right? You're just a better human being, I guess.
No, we're surrounded by tech. We're also creatures of tech. It just doesn't mean we have to destroy the world and democracy and equality and fairness and justice of the law.
Why not?
And that's where those guys tend to take it. But, I think there's another very obvious culprit for this behavior that also has an effect on their brains, but can't be attributed to anything neurological necessarily. And this substance that may be causing a lot of the world's problems throughout history is called testosterone.
Mm-hmm.
And today we have this thing called the manosphere, these toxic
The class
douchebags with
war.
large audiences
Yeah,
who
good point. Yeah. They feel it. They start to embody their class, right? They think that they are distinct and above all the plebs down there. And then they'll use multiple things to justify it. Yes. That's actually a really good point, isn't it? It's just another subset of the class war. It comes at the station.
preach misogyny and paranoid fear, these toxic douchebags with large audiences who preach misogyny and paranoid right-wing politics, often while hawking gold and fake health supplements. And in Cyber Selfish, you described paranoid anti-government rantings and a tech libertarian culture in which the gestalt is of testosterone-poisoned guys with chips on their shoulders and too much time on their hands.
I wish it weren't true. It still is. I think it's also worth pointing out, and I was talking to a friend of mine about this, is that the tech culture I knew of in the 80s and 90s, which is the older one, and it was before all this crazy money came in and a whole bunch of other stuff, was much less sexist than what we see now. There are a lot more women working in it. It was less women hostile. It started changing for the worst in the 90s. And we could speculate as to why. I certainly think grafting on the Wall Street bro culture sure didn't help. You can call it hustle culture. You could call it, what is it called, 996 culture now, of spending all your time at work and that's all you care about. That doesn't lend itself to anyone who has any caretaking responsibilities, whether it's for kids, for a disabled family member, for it's an elder. It really cuts hard against women participating in tech. And it really favors a young guy who has nothing else in his life, and that's it. Because, I knew plenty of people worked in tech in the 80s and 90s, and it wasn't like that. It was a job. It was a good job. And occasionally you'd have to do a very intense 3-week sprint, but it wasn't what we're describing here. So you get people arriving here, and all they started coding when they were 8, and that's all they know. That's all they've ever done. And their understanding of anything is what they've done from watching, to me, really cheesy superhero movies. It's like there's no outside frame of reference for them, I feel, except for recycled Ayn Rand. I mean, the Ayn Rand thing in a terrible way amuses me because, when I used to run into it, it really seemed like, oh yeah, that's the phase he's going through. He feels like a badly done by, too smart guy that the girls don't like, and he's in 8th grade. We will hope and pray for him that he outgrows this. The writing of Ayn Rand is so howlingly bad. That's the other thing. You'd hope that they would develop better taste. And as I like to point out, Ayn Rand ended up going on Social Security, which is something that most people don't know.
I wonder if that's true. Do you guys believe that? I'm gonna get my research assistant out for that one. That's call of the day. It's like when we found out that Milton Friedman was the guy that came up with the idea of the UBI. That's crazy. That's absolutely mental. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This woman better not be lying. Get her, she's lying. Did Ayn Rand Whoops. And whoops. End up on Social Security at the end of her life. Man, the suspense is killing me. Yes, Ayn Rand did, in fact, receive Social Security and Medicare benefits later in her life, despite her strong public opposition to government welfare programs. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. In the late 70s, Rand developed serious health problems, including lung cancer. Her husband, Frank O'Connor, also suffered from declining health. Her literary executor, Nathan Brandon's ex-wife, Barbara Brandon, revealed in her biography, The Passion of Ayn Rand, that Rand applied for both Social Security and Medicare under her married name, Anne O'Connor. Fucking, that's mental. That's mental, bro. Look, see, this is it. This is why you have Social Security. So, like, even fuckwits like Anne O'Connor, who spent their entire life project trying to undermine a basic safety net that stops people falling through the cracks of capitalism. So, i.e., when market societies don't deliver and people do fall through, and the market just can't provide everything. It's a market at the end of the day. It's a social construct, and it might not be proficient. And so you have something. Rand's justification was pragmatic. Since she had paid into the system through taxes during her life, she considered reclaiming her money, not accepting handouts. Right, this is great. I think this is the best part of the stream so far. That's crazy. How many times do we have to do this? I mean, you didn't believe Chomsky and Epstein were a thing either? Yeah, I know. But like, come on, this is unbelievable. It's just too delicious, ironic, not a story a libertarian would tell you. No, they probably wouldn't. Eh? Don't like welfare. Apparently didn't like saving for retirement either. Well, like, with a woman as published as she is, couldn't she just live off the sales of her books or something like that? Like, why would she have to go on the system anyway? Maybe she wasn't good with money. Wouldn't that be crazy as well? Like, with all of her economic rhetoric, she ended up sucking with money, right? However, her defenders argue that she made a philosophically consistent choice under a coercive system. She had been forced to pay into Social Security and therefore had every right to receive what she was compared to. So, like, what about all of those people then that, like, you know, rely on the system? If they've ever paid $1 in tax, then they're able to cash in on that, right? That's fucking hilarious. I know I shouldn't be surprised, but like, come on. Like, come on. That's delicious. It's delicious.
Rand ended up going on Social Security, which is something that most people don't know.
You knew a lot of the early characters of tech libertarianism. For example, there was John Perry Barlow, who wrote some of the lyrics for the Grateful Dead. I think songs like Cassidy, Mexicali Blues. And he also wrote something called The Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace in 1996. And I'm going to read the first part of that here.
Don't start laughing.
Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace.
Governments of the industrial world, you weary giants of steel and flesh, I come from cyberspace, the new home of the mind. On behalf of the future, I ask you of the past to leave us alone. You are not welcome among us. You have no sovereignty where we gather. We have elected no government, nor are we likely to have one. So I address you with no greater authority than that which liberty itself always speaks. I declare the global social space we are building to be naturally independent of the tyrannies you seek to impose on us. You have no moral right to rule us, nor do you possess any methods of enforcement we have true reason to fear. Tell us about
network state stuff, isn't it? Eh? Like, they have sovereignty. If you can buy into their network state, they can get to control in private cities. They get to control the world's population.
Barlow and other key figures of the early tech libertarian movement.
Oh, Barlow, you want to wind me up and get me going. Talk to me about Barlow. He and I were often sort of set up as like a point counterpoint, we were going to argue different points of views. And he was so full of such nonsense. I remember him saying stuff like, well, if, members of Congress just had email addresses, we'd have true democracy. And I was like, are you crazy? Or he said email is fundamentally female because it's about communication. He was so full of nonsense, right? People looked at Barlow and found him very glamorous. I didn't, but people did. And so he sort of had this outside effect on thinking.
I'm just saving up enough, hoping I can buy a network apartment, but it's going to be crowdfunded. We all pool our money together, and then we'll buy up an entire block full of apartments, and then we can all like move in. And then that's how it works, right? We all share the money, then we connect that block of apartments together, and then we use all of that capital, and then we sell all of our assets together, and then we can go and buy a piece of land somewhere like in Honduras or something and set up like an actual network, like a private city or something like that. But yeah, one network apartment at a time. I hear. Let's buy one apartment at a time. Soon we'll have a whole block, then a whole city, and then we will take over the world slowly through the network state.
And even in that Declaration of Independence of cyberspace, I felt like saying, who is taking care of the electrical grid that is powering this internet that you're writing about? There were so many things where they never connected the dots about how did the infrastructure, both civic and physical, create all this stuff. So Barlow, yes, was particularly annoying to me. And he would do stuff and shake his head at me and say, oh, you're dyspeptic. And I go, yeah, I am dyspeptic. I will proudly own that. But I would dare you.
What? What is that? How do you even spell that? Dyspeptic? Dyspeptic. Having indigestion or a consequent air of irritable bad temper. Ah, it's a sick name.
Dyspeptic.
You have a bad temper. You're just an angry woman. That's what Barlow's saying. Fucking Wi-Fi dropped right when you were explaining it. Ah, boo. I was just saying, like, the network apartment thing, right? We, wait, what do you mean? The term dyspeptic, or are you talking about the network state thing? Like how it works was like we all buy an apartment or something like that. We contribute an asset of some sort, and then we can pull that together and we buy like a block, and then like we have an autonomous zone or something. And then from the autonomous zone, we get heaps of apartment blocks together, or blocks in certain cities together, and then we can trade that all in for an actual piece of land somewhere we can set up like a network city. That's the network state, right? That's how it works, like from a grassroots level, unless you're like Peter Thiel or something like that, and it's like $150 million buy-in on that island in Honduras somewhere, and you can just build your own private city network state off the bat. But if you want to do it grassroots, this is how we do it, man. Dilemmas. Albo's plane just had to emergency land in Missouri. What's the chance Albo's been replaced with a clone after he signed the minerals deal? I bet it's not a 0% chance. LOL. That's mental. Eh? Emergency landing in Missouri. Albo's not the real Albo. He's now AI. AI Albo. Yeah, I can't afford Praxis. Yeah, me too. Me and you both, brother. Yeah, Praxis. That's right. What was the one in Honduras called? What was the Honduran one? Honduras private city, let's call it. Private city. Prospera, yes, Prospera. And Praxis was the one that had all those pictures that looked like there's some, like when they're gonna take over Greenland. And they're gonna JD Vance is gonna invade Greenland, and they're gonna set up Praxis or something like that. Oh, they're mental, these people. Fucking hell.
To say that my facts are.
And then we put forth our best participant in the Hunger Games, the phallic pool. That's right.
Wrong. He ended up broke and living with John Gilmore early Sun employee and co-founder of the Electronic Frontier Foundation. And I felt like saying, well, John Barlow, how's that give it all away for free and it all come back to you thing working for you now? But he's dead, so I can't have that conversation with him.
Who are some of the other characters? You mentioned John Gilmore. Who are some other people we should be aware of from those times?
So Wired magazine, Louis Rosetto and
Oh
Jane
no, Mr.
Metcalf.
Bill.
The glorious thing they did was to say technology is culture. And there'd never been a publication that did that, understood that. And that was a wonderful thing, and it was part of why it was a good home for me for several years. But they were total true believers in this libertarian, we hate the government, we know stuff, and you're old and stupid in the way, regulation is bad. They were really pushing that agenda, and people love Wired, as well they should. It was a beautiful artifact. It was a wonderful publication. I was proud to have been associated with it the first couple of years, and they really set the tone, I felt, of the discourse, how people thought about things, in the 90s.
In Cyber Selfish, you divided tech libertarians into the ravers and the guilders. And the ravers were kind of the tech libertarian types who go to Burning Man and have some countercultural characteristics. And the guilders were more of the suit, money-obsessed types, the conservatives. Give us a little more sense of how you decided to categorize them between the...
Is that a network state thing? Is this what you were thinking of buying into? The densest city on Earth. The densest city on Earth. I don't know. I might have to have a look at this one. There's something else we had to look at as well of yours. You put up a while ago now. Oh, the thing about the dude who wrote June. Yeah. Yeah, that might be a network state city. Kowloon, maybe? Kowloon walled city. We'll check it out. Nope, it's freedom. Squeeb's back. Emergency landing of the plane. It confirmed an incident had occurred and that an officer had been injured. The officer required medical assistance on the flight. Oh, far out. Maybe Albo was already a clone of some sort, like a robotic AI clone, and the robotic clone went AWOL kind of thing, went off and started injuring people on the plane from Washington, D.C. to Honolulu. Wow. Oh, hey, let the conspiracy theories fly now.
Ravers and the Guilders. And who was George Gilder?
Oh gosh, George Gilder. He was a influential thought leader, and he was one of these people that heroized people in high tech. And
Yeah,
he'd write
punch on a plane. Albert had too many beers on the flight and punched the pilot.
profiles of entrepreneurs, and the language which he used to describe them was bordering on homophilic, just so worshipful of these guys. And it was always guys. And he was definitely a cultural conservative, as we would define the term. And people loved him. He had a newsletter. Was fascinated by him in a terrible kind of way. But then I saw this other subculture, which is kind of more Barlow-like. We have fun using recreational drugs, and, we're very playful in our sexuality, and we don't care what you do, just have a good time. I mean, that was a different strain of this, but they agreed about how much they hated government, the importance of making as much money as you can. You guys aren't cool enough to understand us. I think both have this thing of you can't possibly understand us. We're the only smart people in the room. Like, you belong in the ash heap of history because, you've been left behind and you have old, outdated, stupid ideas about everything. And why should we listen to anything you have to say about anything? They have that attitude in common, but their lifestyle choices and their orientation was sort of different.
I think that makes sense to a lot of people, especially in the Bay Area. We all know some people we think are countercultural, but then you get a little bit of their politics and you find out something very different. And I'd say they still do this kind of thing. I find debating some of these guys that they're, oh, well, you haven't read all the fascist philosophers, so you can't possibly debate. They always have something you don't quite understand or aren't a part of that defends them from any serious critique, at least in their own minds.
But if you recommend to
And
them, you ought to read X and Y and Z or A and B and C, they give you a blank look. Like, you can't
mhm.
know about something that I don't know about that would be of any value. It's a kind of, in a funny way, given how smart they see themselves, a lack of intellectual curiosity.
Many of these guys consider it inefficient to read anything that does not confirm their pre-existing biases. That seems to me to be what they're doing.
I like inefficient. That's a good adjective.
Well, that's how they would think of it, right? Why would I read something that doesn't confirm what I already think? And one example of this, Curtis Yarvin
Savage.
thinks he's a real genius, but we were going back and forth on email, and he bragged to me that California used to be great in the 70s, and look what happened to it. And I was like, that was before Prop 13. You're literally arguing against your own position. And it was clear to me that he had no idea that that's what he was saying. That's just a part of the story he doesn't know or care about. And he's formed his entire worldview based on bullshit, which is why he would never survive in the academy that he hates, because in the academy you have peer review. In the academy, people get to attack your ideas. In the academy, people can say, well, you're not considering this other side of things. And it seems to me a lot of what they do is just
I had that feeling. I was like, don't talk about my boy Curtis like that. So he's emailing Curtis Yarvin. Gil Duran is emailing Curtis Yarvin. What the fuck's going on there? And he's calling out Curtis Yarvin's bullshit. Oh my god. Remember watching Curtis Yarvin talk to those two weird conservative like mum and dad duo that like with the thick glasses? Curtis Yarvin can go fucking off the rails. He isn't as concise and polished and people think he is he? Don't talk about Curtis like that. Alvo's new clone needed a new patch, but AWS happened. No, it's a free city in Hong Kong that was abandoned, Chinese embassy land. It just grew organically. They tore it down in the 90s very violently too. Oh, okay. Now, this is a little bit different to what we're talking about. I wish it was as autonomous as that. That sounds anarchist. People just moving in and setting up a community. If people are naked and bending over, life should provide me pixel blurs. I don't want to see folks' lunch. That's hilarious. Yeah, you need an app for that. They'll plug it into your head with a chip, and it'll just blur things out for you. It was a lot of future dystopian sci-fi inspiration for their cities, especially ones like Blade Runner. Okay. NRX types called out. Yeah. Oh geez, those people are weird as fuck. They're a bunch of crackheads pretend drinking his piss beer. All right. Let's do it.
protect themselves with a sort of diaper of innocence where they get to kind of keep everyone else out and
Right,
stay in
right.
their own mess.
But I think there's a larger thing here. Gil, I've been involved with this magazine called Information Every Day. Computers are making it easier to use, and we're really happy it's sold out. One of the people that sent email to the magazine, because one of the contributors works at Meta, said, oh, you're just a bunch of tech bros and you're just apologizing for Meta. Did you actually read what this guy wrote? He didn't have to read anything. He just knew he was right. You know what? I want to say something. I think the fact that the magazine sold out says that I think people are hungry to hear a counter narrative. I want to give us a tiny amount of hope that maybe people want to hear something else than what these guys are pushing.
I think there's definitely a demand for sharp criticism of Silicon Valley. There's just not a supply yet. We're going to get to that question. So cyber
That's where
selfish
you
wasn't
come in, Gil. Eh? Gil? And Gil is your type, actually. If you think about it, just here to watch a trash fire. Like, who's calling out the NRX types? Because the NRX types are like, I think ideologically, like neo-monarchists and all these people, neoconservatives, whatever the fuck they want to call themselves. Like, I think they ideologically, they believe in this idea of the monarchy, but they're not sure how they're going to get there. But like the true manifestation of it is someone like Curtis Yarvin and like the Silicon Valley types, because they have the fucking power. They have the billions and billions, the hundreds of billions of dollars worth of investment and capital behind them to actually make something like that a goer. And so like like someone like Curtis Yarvin and calling these people out. That's Gil's right. He's got a little industry going there. Like, cause like being an ideological NRXer, is one thing, but like bringing that into practice and like who's actually going to be the person that like makes all of this stuff happen in real life. And, it's the tech bros for sure. And like, we could have a little market going on here, just like what Gil Duran set up, we could be the ones that help call out tech bros, just like Yanis Varoufakis has done. Neo-reactionaries love Moldbug. Yeah, oh my God, they love Moldbug. Yeah, he's their guy. Yeah. Monarchists. Tech monarchists. That's what I should call them. Tech monarchists. To be honest, I get that. Why would I waste time on reading that point? But internally, they think of it as more, why would I read false information? Yeah, what's the point? It took a lot of rewiring to actually see the value in opposing opinions, even if they are false. It's hard to do, but it is important. And it is sometimes just entertaining, right? Like we do a lot of that here. And sometimes it's just good to see what type of stuff people are digesting. You're just like, damn, I understand why you see the world the way you do now. You poor thing. American pro-theo-monarchists are an odd bunch. It is interesting, isn't it? Yeah, theo-monarchists as well. It's weird, like the American project over the last 250 years has now devolved into people that have abandoned the secularization of the state to, I guess, support theocracy again. But like the theocracy comes with a rejection of the original American project to get rid of the tyrants and allow there to be a free market setting. I'm not going to call it a free society, but a free market setting where people with commercial interests could come and not be dictated to like some, crazy king and their tariff policies or something like that. With techno-feudal, yeah, and it's going to culminate with techno-feudal laws, which is what we're contemplating constantly. Like, what is the culmination of the fascist stuff that we're seeing today and analyzing all the time? Techno-feudal lords, the monarchists of the new age with their theological backing is now this like weird and new type of evangelical Christian value structure that is purported by Peter Thiel, an antichrist bashing gay billionaire. The contradictions are huge, but it seems to be the way we're going. I guess it doesn't need to make logical sense. It's just another system of control and power, right? So good. The monarchists. Sounds like a sick sci-fi. I hope the rebels win. Yeah, I know. I have hope. I mean, let's just join the Gil Duran van. Hey, let's get on that train. Like, someone's got to point these people out and call out their bullshit.
A bestseller, but now a new generation of people are discovering it and they're realizing that you were way ahead of the curve. How did the book affect your life? What's it like now to have people recognizing and appreciating your work?
I don't know why writing that book was such a professional death sentence for me. I didn't write it with the idea of I'm a whistleblower and I will now get death threats. I didn't think that would happen. It affected my life terribly. It threw me $65,000 in debt. I could never get published anywhere, not a book, not an article, whether it was on technology or something else. It really was like the book had placed a curse on me. And I felt really bad about it. Like, was it a bad book? Should I not have written it? Why has it had this terrible penumbra of thwartedness in my life for 25 years? But I began to notice about 6 months ago, the prices for the books on the used book platform began to go up. And I began to notice that academics and media people, particularly from Europe, are seeking me out. And I went, that's kind of interesting. And now, thanks to you, Gil, the book is sold out all over the world. You cannot get it anywhere. Trying to get it reprinted, that will probably happen. And so many people have told me, you don't need to change a word. I mean, obviously there are dated references in it, and of course that's true. But I think if you're a writer or any kind of creative person, you want to feel, and this is narcissism, at least for me, you want to feel you've created something of lasting value. And having this validation come 25 years later goes, I did create something of lasting value, however we want to define it. When I wrote it, I did not think it was too ahead of the curve. I was describing what I was seeing then, and I didn't understand why other people didn't see it. My interest in the people and the culture and their political point of view was of no interest to the other writers on technology. They just didn't care, and now it seems to have found its moment.
So now it's time for some listener questions. We got some listener questions online. Why do you think other journalists could not see what you saw? What message do you have for them now? What message do you have for us to build a new kind of journalism that won't be fooled again?
I want to say pay attention to who the people are, pay attention to what they're saying, not just the thing that they're showing off and unveiling. It's not the same as gotcha journalism. It's not the same as being hostile to your subject. It's about listening and paying attention. One of the profiles I did for Wired, and I'm not going to say who it was, 3 people in 25 years have read that and said, God, you couldn't stand that person. I said, how did you figure that out? I thought I masked it really well, and the subject didn't know it. So I think you can do your job and pay attention and tell the truth.
I think an important part of it, too, is to go back to the roots of journalism. Journalism is supposed to challenge power, not
Right.
serve power. And at
That's
some
right.
point, the incentives got perverse and people could get more clicks and more money and more attention by sucking up to powerful people and getting access rather than by taking them on very critically. So you kind of do need journalists who view themselves as outsiders rather than insiders.
That's
And the
right.
cancer we have in American journalism today is access journalism, which is
Right.
ass-kiss journalism, and you can multiply it times 10 when it comes to tech. And so I think that we have to have journalists who view their job as not to get rich or to be friends with tech billionaires, but to take these guys on and to protect the fundamental good things about society.
Too many? What do you mean, like too many little kings and queens to get there? There are too many in the way to get to a supreme form. Did I just get CC? My comment disappeared. Yeah, your comment, I think it has not got through to the keeper at all. Because like it doesn't even come up on my end, which is weird. I usually get it because I can see it here. That happened before as well. Someone got CC'd before and it didn't even come through to my system, which is very strange. Yeah, oh, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. We don't get fooled again. No. Yeah, I can't see your comment at all. I know what you said, but it was bad. Naughty person, yeah.
And democracy from those people. And I think it's just a very different mentality. Next question. When you see something other people don't, how should you go about developing your ideas? Where do you draw the line between crackpot theory and a research-worthy hunch?
One hunch is something to follow up on. One hunch is not something to write about necessarily. That's the way. Multiple sources, which is kind of a journalism thing. You know, you don't just rely on what one person says. You rely on what people say. And also, I have the curse of being really intuitive. And so it's bad. If you do pattern recognition, you can't explain it to people, and it's very frustrating. But my feeling was always, that's interesting. Do I find other examples of that, whatever that is? If you are into crackpot stuff, you can probably find other crackpots to validate you. But at some point, reality testing, you hope, kicks in.
And the final question. In hindsight, Cyber Selfish turned out to be as prophetic as it was insightful. Looking back at what you wrote, does anything about where we are or how we got here shock or surprise you?
I thought there would be more correctives. You know, that culture of computers, freedom, and privacy, the way the Bay Area has traditionally been what a friend of mine calls a blue church as opposed to red. I thought those corrective forces would be in play. I didn't realize how pervasive the Wall Street mentality, which is shareholder theory of value, and I can do whatever I want and it's fine. I didn't realize there weren't going to be correctives to that. That is one of the
That's really interesting. She was like knowing the Bay Area or like that kind of culture, that free expression, free love, anti-establishment culture. She didn't think that surveillance capitalism would be the thing that evolves from Silicon Valley culture. That's basically what she's saying. Correct me if I'm wrong. Especially any readers of Shoshana out there. But like she didn't expect surveillance capitalism and the integral part there that has fed the surveillance capitalist rise, apart from the pursuit of profit, which is just my general gripe with the capitalist mode of production, is the financialization. So it's the Wall Street ethos has supplemented itself on top of Silicon Valley, which was about producing tech, usually tech for some type of military industrial purpose, or helping out with intelligence services somehow. So that was what was feeding it. But then it became about Wall Street incentives as opposed to just providing stuff for the deep state and the military arm of state requirements. So that's a very interesting thing. Like surveillance capitalism seems to have developed at the same time as the general Wall Street takeover of the Silicon Valley ethos. That's a really, really interesting insight there. And so that's the thing that hasn't corrected and stopped us from going like full surveillance capitalists, where the point of all of the technology now, all of it, like everything that you have now, like you can't even buy stuff that's not even really connected to the internet very well. Like it might just exist on like Bluetooth or something like that. Without, if you want your warranty, you have to go online, you have to register, you have to do all of this. Like they want all of your data and all of your information. You can't get anything that has the slightest amount of circuitry in it without it somehow being a way to data mine you. And so and to invade on your privacy. And I think that's one of Shoshana's greatest lessons from the book, is where she starts off with this idea of this smart house. They were designing this smart house in the 90s, where the thermostat, there was a smart fridge, there was a smart everything. Whether the house was interconnected, you could turn the lights on and the lights off, but it was just you and your house. And you had a remote control, or you had a way of controlling it remotely somehow, but it was just you and your house. The smart technology just stayed like that. So any data, it was the house that used the data to help it provide a better service to you, and more convenience to you as the user. And she was like, we could have had that. We could have just had technology that was just you and your thing that was connected to the internet, your laptop, your fridge, your security system, whatever. So you could have just shared data between the two of you to improve your experience. But it became about surveilling everyone and taking their data, and the game changed forever. And I wonder if that is lock in step with what she's talking about when Silicon Valley really got involved. Or the Silicon Valley ethos, the Wall Street ethos took over the Silicon Valley project. It's a scary coming together of things. Financialization destroys capitalism. It's really funny because you have this productive capacity in capitalism, this industrial productive capacity, which is just unmatched. Human civilization has just not been able to produce the wonders of industrial capitalism ever have we produced the wonders of industrial capitalism. And once the financialization sets in and it becomes about that side of things, like buying back shares, ensuring profit margins, vulture capitalism, then just destroying each other, like private equity coming in and shelling out companies and then reselling them on the market, as opposed to producing stuff. It's just playing with numbers. That's the point at which capitalism doesn't serve its promises as a productive vehicle anymore. It's unfortunate. That's where we're at the moment in the West anyway. I don't think China has that mindset exactly.
I think it surprises me.
Your book was written 25 years ago or longer than that, and people didn't listen. I started raising the alarm on this only a couple of years ago, and I can tell you people still aren't wanting to listen, right? You won't read about any of this stuff in the San Francisco Chronicle, for instance. They seem to be completely unaware of tech politics in 2025, even when you can open some national publications now that are paying attention. So thank you so much for being ahead of the curve. And so we talked a lot about dead rats in this episode, so I want to bring up my little friend Bernie, who's our little hooded fancy rat. A rat rescue from a place called Ratty Rats in the Bay Area that rescues.
I knew he had a soft spot. Hey, you see his introductions and he's just slaying tech bros left, right, and center, just chopping them to pieces. And then when he pulls out his rat, his voice changes. Oh, Gil, he's got a soft side.
Rat rescue from a place called Ratty Rats in the Bay Area that rescues rats. Bernie was abandoned on a street in Alameda. He had a big tumor, but we got him some surgery. And now he's a wonderful little boy. And he runs
New
free.
York.
And he was asleep, so I'll let him go
Or
now.
Sydney. Have you seen
enjoyed your
Town
rat.
Hall Station? You just watch them running all over the train tracks and stuff like that. My God.
Paulina Borsuk, thanks for being on the Nerd Reich today, and we look forward to having Cyber Selfish get reissued.
And wish me luck with finding a publisher.
Everyone out there, we got to buy it.
And Gil, look forward to seeing you and imbibing more alcohol together.
Let's get Palomas at Doña sometime soon.
The Nerd Reich podcast is produced and edited by me, R.R. Robbins. It's written and hosted by
R.R. Robbins. It's pretty good editing, actually. Whoever's doing this stuff, they go do some good cuts. Because like it's hard to, bring in like a really long form conversation and just. Hey, I love my street rats. Yeah, don't adopt them. What, keep them, please. I love the street rats. Yeah, fair enough. Oh my God. Good on ya, Gil. Hey. Well, there you go. Go buy Paulina's book when they start publishing it again. Disney made a film about them street rats. That's funny. Isn't Ninja Turtles featuring a lot of that sort of stuff as well? Thank you for interviewing her. I'm glad she's getting recognition. We are paying attention, Gil. I swear, we are. We're trying to do the thing, Gil. Interesting. All right. We are going to leave it there for the main part of this stream. If you've been watching this, we've been going down... if you've just tuned in, we went down an interesting pipeline today in the sense that we're picking up on our techno-feudal roots and trying to kind of understand where the world is going. If, like, people are kind of residing to the fact that we're moving towards some type of fascist environment, then like what is the shape that is going to take in this 21st century? It's not going to be, German fascism or, Italian fascism from 1920 or something like that. It's going to have a 21st century skew on it. And so like we're trying to understand like what is the world beyond the current neoliberal style capitalist economy that we have. And as like, the market system continues to fail people and like people start to become more and more disenfranchised with that system and use displaced aggression and start attacking democracy itself, the only real power that you can use to kind of fight against potential techno-feudalists, and we start devolving along that path, we want to know what it's going to look like. And this is probably the most accurate picture that we have at the moment. It's going to be tech-fueled. And it's going to be tech-fueled because it's going to be about total surveillance and control and limitation of rights. So like your liberties for conveniences, which is the definition of surveillance capitalism really at its core. It's the trade-off between, being free and autonomous and anonymous for having a bunch of conveniences, feeling like you're being protected somehow, I guess, by a state or some form of institutional machinery that is supposed to protect us all. There was actually one clip that I wanted to play because skipped to 26 minutes. So this is the person that first, as sci-fi really does, it trailblazes. And this is the idea behind 26 minutes. Let's go.
Why Dude might have been right about AI in some ways, in that over-reliance on technology is bad for humanity's development. Relying on technology to replace like human functions is...
So this is why June was right about AI. And what's the guy's name again? What did you say his name was? You said it here. Frank Herbert. Okay, let's get his opinions. How he called it out. Writing when in the 50s he was writing these books.
Why Dude might have been right about AI in some ways, in that over-reliance on technology is bad for humanity's development. Relying on technology to replace like human functions is like probably not good for us long term. There was an interview by Pat Stone in 1981, and I found this on Mother Earth News, and he interviewed Frank Herbert, and I want to read you a fair bit of this. It's really interesting, and it pretty much outlines what the Dune books are about in regard to technology and things like self-reliance and libertarianism. And I think it's important to understand this when we're talking about like Dune being right about AI in some ways. Frank Herbert says, the bulk of science fiction authors, and there are some exceptions, are heavily into what I call the technological toy syndrome. Writers and scientists who believe that technology alone can solve problems have fallen into a common scientific fallacy, the belief that science can answer any question in absolute terms, that it's possible to reduce phenomena to one explanation that will operate in a vacuum. That's not the way the universe appears to me, and quite clearly didn't appear to Albert Einstein or Heisenberg either. The interviewer saying, what other factors do you think will influence the decentralization of society? Herbert saying, we've opened the Pandora's box of violent technology. We're fast approaching a time where one person can make and employ instruments of violence equal to the ones formerly reserved only to massive governments. Let's face it, our society has a tiger by the tail in technology. We can't let go. We can't all go back to the farm and be self-sufficient. There isn't enough land to do so, for one thing. Furthermore, people's expectations for their lifestyles have been raised, and you don't monkey around with human expectations. So what we need is a new way of relating to our society and its tools, and it was in an attempt to envision just such a change that 15 years ago, I coined the phrase techno-peasantry. How would you define techno-peasantry? Frank Herbert saying, it involves drawing support from technology, but doing so imaginatively. We have to ask the question, what elements of technology should I use and how should I use them? A peasant knows, you see, when and why to grab a shovel or a hoe. In the same way, we have to think out our own relationship to the complete environment, our own values and technological options, and make decisions consciously. The interviewer saying, you're saying then that techno-peasantry involves people questioning their basic assumptions so they can make intelligent decisions about how to use technology. Herbert saying, well, that's not all there is to it. There are other aspects to questioning how we use technology. For instance, most people today live in a light switch society where they have no actual connection to the tools they use. If the light goes off, they have to call the building superintendent to repair it. Knowledge has become institutionalized into specialties, and individuals have continually less and less power over their lives. We need to use technology differently so that people can understand their tools, and so they can put back in touch with the natural world. In fact, one of the things our society needs desperately is a way for people to touch the earth personally and gain the restorative strength that comes with weeding or shoveling from really getting their hands dirty. We need ways that men and women can see the direct results of their efforts. So Frank Herbert.
Sounds like a bit of a Marxist there, actually. Yeah, people have to be able to control the means of production and get their hands dirty by using said means of production, so they actually have some type of input. They're not alienated from the technology that is being used to support their entire existence. Very interesting. Pay respect to the people who gave us these ideas, helped develop these ideas. Yeah, definitely. 100%. 100%. Very interesting. Are you doing a stream today, actually, in Dr. Nathan? Let me know if you want to be rated. And I'm going to go through the list. So thank you for everyone who's been interacting. I'm not sure. We've had a few people lurking, I guess, today, because I'm not sure. Like, it's been upward trajectory. I've seen a few people coming in and out. So if you've been lurking, then thank you for your support. If you've been interacting, thank you. Really appreciate it. Squeeb, you're on fire today, as always. Dilemmas, Jackie Bailey. Who else have I missed? Dr. Nathan in the house. Ninja Nurse. Avalava in the stream chat, keeping us alive. Where else are we? I've said Jackie Bailey. Grand Tifa in the house. Yo. Who else we got here? Who have I missed? Oh, Matt Bond was in the flesh, not just afterwards. Dilemmas, I think I mentioned you. I'm just here to watch a trash fire as well. So yeah, thank you, everyone. No, taking Arvo off to prepare. Maybe tomorrow. If not, definitely Friday to end off the working week. All right, good to know. That's it for the main part of the stream today. So if you're hanging out for the afters, let me know, or stick around, and we can do the afters roll call. I want to finish off that Antifa thing because it's so interesting, and I keep cutting it short. So if you're sticking around, I will see you in the afters. Also got date night Wednesdays. I'd be in trouble if I did. So snap. I'm watching you, Wazowski. Always watching. Always. There it is. You're always watching Avalava. It's good to know. Someone's got to keep an eye on mystery. It's dangerous these days out there for people like Gil and that lady that he had on. My God, I've forgotten her name already. But like, yeah, she lost that big time when she tried to expose the tech bros back in the 90s. It ruined her, she said. Poor lady. What was her name? Paulina. That's it, Paulina. All right, we'll be back. If you're sticking around for afters, don't go anywhere. All right, let's do this. So excited. We're finally going to finish off that piece. I want to see what the end of it. I'm really starting to like this Andrew Callahan bloke. He's I thought he was just a smart ass, but his interview style is actually pretty good. He's sarcastic sometimes, but like where it's warranted, I guess. He's not just a smart ass for the sake of it. Like when we watched him grilling those revolutionary communists, I was like, this guy's just a fucking smart ass.
12 shit. So
All right, let's go. All right, let me know if you're hanging out for the afters. We are finishing off something that we've been looking at for like the last couple of days now for the afters, which is Channel 5 News with Andrew Callahan, and he's gone to Portland because what's been happening is like, I guess if you're new to the stream, if you haven't been here for a few weeks, Trump has been basically justifying the use of sending in the troops to various cities, and it's on the premise, among other things, the premise of crime, and he's trying to use cases of protest as well. So when people are protesting against ICE, that is being kind of deemed, I guess, as criminal activity because people are unruly, and like they can't be tamed, I guess you would say, by local authorities. And so the army needs to go in and settle a war. And so there's been this picture that has developed around this idea that America is kind of in a state of internal war. And like people have been peddling the civil war is coming kind of rhetoric. Now, I think that's incredibly dangerous. I think it's incredibly short-sighted as well, because it just feeds the narrative that mainstream media want to push. The right, or like the Republicans, they want to push it for a certain agenda so they can get boots on the ground. And I guess the liberal media establishment would like to push that story because they just fucking love the culture wars. So like I'm not a big fan of the whole civil war argumentation, and this shows it. Like we've seen footage of Portland, like outside a detention center, and like a war zone is the footage we've seen of Gaza, which has been completely obliterated by Israeli bombardment, which has ramped up over the last 2 years. It's not like it was non-existent before then, but it's not a fucking war zone. And so like we need to kind of dispel that as much as possible, I guess. You should check out his film called Dear Kelly. It's a pretty interesting deep dive into how someone gets sucked into the right-wing pipeline like MAGA. That's interesting. Yeah. That would be interesting to see. I don't know how much I can watch of his stuff as well, because I got picked up for copyright on Monday, because I think it was Monday was the day that we watched, like I watched like half an hour of it straight, and I was just like, whoa, I was so captivated I wasn't even talking. And so like there's the idea of fair use, and so like I can watch stuff, but I have to comment on it, and that's like fair use. But like I was just like, oh, it's the afters, and I'm just watching this. I'm like, whoa. And I think I got hit up by copyright. So I'd like to watch Dear Kelly as part of a Far Right Friday, but I don't know if I could just sit there and watch a whole film. I don't think you can watch films at all, actually. I think they're copyrighted straight away. But yeah, Andrew, he's got quite the notoriety, doesn't he? People love what he does. Hearing about Portland while living in Portland must feel like so much gaslighting. Yeah, what a gaslighting story that is. All right, let him finish his interview with these two undesirables, these NVEs, these nihilistic, violent extremists.
Or like overt Nazi imagery in any way. In the past few weeks, that's starting to change. Post J6 and very recently, we've seen a lot of these fascist groups and fascist individuals kind of shift from how they were doing things and move on to this like European style of like white supremacy. So now we're seeing active clubs pop up all over the place. Olympic National, they're building a white supremacist compound, and these are popping up all over the country. These groups, it's scary. They're definitely out there, and they've been organizing and they've been escalating.
You can correct me if I'm wrong. Before Charlottesville, I don't think there was any Nazi groups that were regularly marching with swastika flags.
I know there's a couple of them that seasonally will have marches with swastika flags, usually armed with AR, so that's a new escalation too.
On a broader level, what are some of the main problems actually facing Portland?
Houselessness is a big one.
Yeah.
It's a massive issue. And, you know, the city's solution has been to show up to houseless camps, sweep them, violently sweep them, destroy their belongings and steal their belongings. There's no solution after they sweep, you know? So it's just this like never-ending repeating cycle.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with that.
So you think
Cost of living and just how many people are living outdoors that just get harassed by the cops and harassed by this. How many people are living.
What did it say? 1,570 a month? Average rent? Is that right? What's that like? Like, what's crazy rent? Is that like in the city center, you reckon? What's crazy rent in Sydney? Like $700 a week for a house or something? It's probably not even that crazy, is it? 1,570. So like 392. I guess that's expensive by American standards. Like renting in Sydney, if you want to rent a house in like outer suburbs, you're looking at like $500, $600 a week. This is 570, 1,570 is like 300, 400, let's say $400 a week rent. That's interesting. I wonder if they're talking about houses. It's just the average. It could be units as well. 1,570 isn't bad, to be honest. Yeah, well, like what? By New York standards, right? I guess it's probably not that bad, eh? But like still, that what they're talking about is the homelessness crisis. Like that's what gets me. Like we have homeless people in Sydney and stuff like that, and like, you know, you can see them on the streets and stuff. But I remember like some of the footage that I've seen in like Pennsylvania, where else, kind of on the East Coast and stuff, maybe Philadelphia as well. Like some of the homeless, New York City or San Fran would be double that. Yeah. Yeah, some of those, the tent cities and stuff. Do you remember like seeing footage of like America during the Great Depression? And there's like the cities, and then there's these kind of shanty towns almost, like just outside of the cities. That's the same shit. That's crazy. That's Pacific Northwest homeless situation is wild. Oh, okay. Why the Northwest though? I thought that's weird. Like that was like the last place, right? The last bastion, and where they, you know, claimed territory before displacing all of the native populations. And that was the last bastion. There should be the land of plenty out there. There's plenty of room and stuff. Yeah. Why is it up the Pacific Northwest such an issue? It's so weird. As if there's a problem. Like, why don't they just just move north, go into Canada? Temperature is pretty tolerable year round. Ah, it's a climactic thing. Ah, that's interesting. Wow. Okay, so people like move there. I thought it was like a problem with their systems. Ah, so people move there. That's interesting. That's very interesting. It's practical. Wow. All right. I'll let these guys finish. But yeah, like that, like the shanty towns and stuff like that. Go back and look at the footage of like where you can find it of US cities and stuff around the time of the Great Depression or throughout the Great Depression. It looks the same. It's just that now people have tents, so you can just pop up a tent somewhere as opposed to having to build, use debris to build stuff. Or get shipped there by busload. Yeah, it's so funny. Like, I thought that was a joke when South Park put that thing out like 10 years ago now, more, with like the City of the Homeless thing, and they're just like busing homeless people around, but it's legit. And they pay big money to just like dump people in other people's states, and in other cities. And they move them around like political capital as well. To show at a certain point, like, oh, these Republicans or these Democrats are not handling the homelessness crisis very well. Look at all these homeless people that just got dumped there by a bus. It's mental, man.
Outdoors that just get harassed by the cops and harassed by the city, harassed by NIMBYs.
So NIMBY stands for not in my backyard, and it's similar to San Francisco, where that's people who don't want, I guess, what they see as low-income, high-density development happening around their historic properties. So they're able to like get on the historic register and say, you can't build here because I live in the Pearl, and this building is like 150 years old. Is that kind of what NIMBYism is? Or is that like a simplification? Do you guys know? I'm not at these board meetings. I don't know what's going on.
No, yeah, I mean, that's it. I mean, it's the people on Portland subreddit villainizing every houseless person they see, you know, and making life worse.
What do you think about this narrative? I see a lot of YouTube videos called like how Portland, you know, manufactured a catastrophe by having such a lenient policy for open air drug use and, you know, encampments. What do you guys think about that narrative?
I don't even know where to begin with that. It's ridiculous. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just fucking stupid because like you have these like fucked up social media influencers who are like specifically intentionally going to these places, and you know, these are issues that you see in any big city, especially big cities that are being gentrified the way that Portland is being gentrified, but they just like distort these narratives to fit their like anti-liberal rhetoric, and it's just fucked up the way that they essentially go around just exploiting these people.
There's so many videos like that in Portland.
Yeah, so many.
They have videos like that in Philly a lot, but in Philly it's more like city of zombies. It's less politicized. It still is treating it like a human zoo, but here it's like, look what the liberals did.
Yeah.
So gentrification, as somebody from Seattle, I see as the most consistent through line that describes the problems that our city has faced. It's something you don't hear about on liberal media ever, and you definitely don't hear about gentrification on conservative media because none of them are from the city. They don't even know. Because gentrification also ties to like oral history. You know what I mean? Like when a conservative thinks about gentrification, they're like, that doesn't matter. I don't even know what that means. A liberal will say like, well, there's less crime now. But that's kind of what they say. It was like, well, you know, it got cleaned up. Basically, that means they displaced everybody else and brought in affluent tech workers from different countries and states for temporary residence periods to do their jobs in the city. So in Portland, where is the frontier of gentrification right now?
You mean like physically, like where's that line?
What part of the city?
Off the top of my head, I would probably say southeast, like Foster, getting towards 82nd.
I, for some reason, always thought it was northeast.
I mean, for sure, but it's like a lot of it's been done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Southeast is like the up and coming, currently going hard up.
So northeast gentrification has been complete. The Alberta
I don't know that it's been complete, but a lot of it has been like,
It's already transformed so much.
Yeah.
It's just kind of...
Growing up, there's a few spots that were black neighborhoods that's definitely not the case now.
Okay, well, this shit's kind of crazy. Have you guys heard about the Grants Pass ruling?
Oh, yes.
Like how right after Portland decided to decriminalize petty use of drugs and like contained it to downtown, Grants Pass was like, okay, now we're going to criminalize vagrancy. And if you're outside one time, we take you to jail. If you're outside 3 times sleeping, we give you like a year in county jail. And simultaneously, they chartered buses of all of their street population to Portland to take advantage of the
vagrancy. That's fucking mental. That's absolutely mental. The criminalizing vagrancy in terms of like, yeah, okay, fine. If you're hanging out multiple times, then you get moved on kind of thing. But like criminalizing first case vagrancy. So like if you're just hanging out somewhere, it may know that you're there just chilling instead of integrating into society. You're basically houseless or you're homeless. At the origins of capital in the British sense, Marx spends a lot of time in Capital 1 speaking about this phenomenon in the 12th century. Yeah, 12th century. Is that right? No, it's probably the 14th century, actually. And anyway, explain how all of these policies started changing in England. And like this is well before capitalism and industrial capitalism, which is what we understand capitalism as. But all of these policies started changing where vagrancy, exactly the same language, vagrancy was starting to be criminalized, because what was happening was as lords were starting to slowly privatize the commons and like the land and like where peasants had been traditionally working before, they could start putting like huge flocks of like sheep and etc. for wool, and that started to become a big commodity. And like land became more and more important for commodity production, as opposed to just having a peasantry on there that you get like, I don't know, taxes or tithes or feudal tithes from or something like that. Anyway, as they started pushing people off the land, they had problems with vagrancy. And so like people that didn't integrate into the economy, like because they were kicked off the land, and then didn't go into the cities or into the towns to like get work, like paid work, and were just like hanging out like homeless people or something like that. They like there was all these vagrancy laws that started to pop up around this time. As people were pushed off the land, they started getting shuffled into the cities towards wage work. And like this big part of like Marx spent so much time detailing this idea of creating the labor market, like a labor force, and the vagrants were pushed on. And like vagrancy was a big problem in the sense that, like, you know, back in the day, what they would do is they would brand you if you're a vagrant, or throw you in prison, or like move you to a town that needed laborers. And so like the way to get around vagrancy was that if you were just like caught chilling outside of some town or something like that, or some city, they would like ship you to some town or city that needed labor, and you would actually become a slave. And so you'd have to pay off or work off your crime of vagrancy by providing labor to some, I don't know, guild or some person in some town that needed laborers of some sort. So they solve the vagrancy issues by either criminalizing it and pushing people into paid labor, or setting up like slave labor conditions throughout England. And it was that tradition of like displacing people from the land, because peasants to a certain extent actually had control over their land and control over the commons too, and like displacing people through private property laws, which is what the lords ended up doing, so they could sell wool on the market, and like feed industry that was happening elsewhere. That's how you created wage labor. And then the wage labor that existed in England and got more and more extensive was the thing that allowed there to be a full-blown capitalist society in England that formed industrial capital, and the rest is history. So it's interesting how, like, what he's talking about is Portland's passed some ruling to criminalize vagrancy, like straight off the bat, and then people are shipping people to Portland so they can get caught up in the system of criminalized vagrancy. So what? So they can get thrown in prison and controlled better, because you have an industrial reserve army, or like a section of the population that is not active in the economy or unemployed and not contributing. So you just pull them together in a concentration camp somewhere, also known as a prison, I guess you would say. You pull these people together, and like, what do? You can put them to labor in prisons if they've done some crime. It's not illegal in the US to use them for slave labor conditions, like slave-like. They just pay them like next to nothing, like peanuts or something like that. But like this shit was happening 500 years ago. It's fucking mental. It's absolutely crazy how capital kind of cycles like this. Or maybe this is the transition back into, you know, neo-feudalism, as Michael Hudson would say, Avalava, if you're listening to this. So like we degrade the wage labor force to an extent where like there's all these vagrants out there, and then they get sucked up as criminals, and then like maybe they just get forced to live on some reservation somewhere or some concentration camp, where they just tune in to what the techno-feudal lords have to offer, get given a stipend or a UBI from the government, and they just exist in these reservations, these poor reservations somewhere. Some crazy shit, man. Same with the H2As. Yeah, it's how like they're corralling people. Like we had these people that are like transient in the sense that they're illegal, but they're freelancers, as she described them. And so they can move around wherever they want. Oh, we can't have that. We need to control labor. You can't have people just freely moving around. We need labor in specific places. And so the agricultural sector lobbies the government to be like, hey, get rid of the illegals. Even though it attacks their immediate interests, in the long term, they can control the laboring population much better. So you criminalize the undocumented stuff, which is criminal anyway. So it's already criminalized. But so you can round them up and put them to work where you want them. this is this how you transition back into feudalism through vagrancy and undocumented worker laws? It's an interesting hypothesis. It's an interesting consideration, isn't it? If we're not going forward into a form of socialized economy, if we are devolving into what some people like to refer to as barbarism, is that the trajectory that we're on? Where like labor is becoming redundant in a capitalistic setting, and commodity production is now being automated and controlled through, you know, intensive finance capital by Wall Street and London and all that sort of stuff, by stock exchanges. And so like human labor becomes less and less important en masse. And so what do we do with the leftovers? We corral them into working as serfs, or like like I said, like reservations or something like that. We reserve areas for the people that fall through the cracks in the system. They can't afford housing. They can't get jobs anymore. Is that what's going to happen when AI takes over more and more? The people that can't afford to live in the society anymore because they don't have jobs, they're just going to be like, they go onto the street and there'll be these homeless enclaves, and they'll just like come in the middle of the night and round them all up and take them away, and they'll go and like work somewhere or something. Some crazy shit, man.
Imbalance in laws between
I
counties.
did not know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I always thought that like that might have something to do with it, because it makes it so the harm reduction workers and the services can't scale to the massive influx of people from across the state.
There's been numerous times where they said buses have showed up from people with out of state as well.
Yeah.
Usually it's like red states, and it's fucked up.
Yeah, I was in Austin one time at the Greyhound station, and there was all these like drunk ass dudes who like got pulled off the streets, and they're like all stoked. I was like, "Why are you guys so excited?" They're like, "We're going to Portland," and like Abbott sent like all of them. He buses fools, all kinds of fools. I mean, you know about the migrant buses, right? Yeah, but he's been doing that.
That's basically just the most extreme version of we're going to take your town, throw it away, and make it go out further out from the inner city.
So what solutions do you guys see as far as that issue goes to mitigate that situation and find a better future?
Less funding for law enforcement and more funding for the people who actually live and reside in these cities.
When you say funding, like where would you want the funding to go to?
The first thing that comes to my mind is education and healthcare.
Yeah, I mean, just the way they prioritize their money is just makes no sense. As the problem gets worse, let's fund the cops more. To make the problem worse, to fund the cops more. And it's just going to keep going around and around.
How do y'all feel about the Second Amendment?
If you're comfortable being around guns, if you're comfortable owning a gun, I would encourage people to, because you don't want the state and fascists to be the only ones that have guns in practice. So that's where I fall with it.
Are there any...
like, I can buy that argument, like half of his argument. He's like, you don't want fascists and the state to have control of the guns. Like, you're not going to fight the state. Like, they have weapons of destruction that like you can't even conceive of. They have well-trained death squads and like people that, you know, their whole existence has been built around the thrill of being a mercenary for hire, like basically being a weapon themselves. Like, I don't know if regular people with, you know, their own guns are going to be able to stand up to that sort of sophistication. But like, if you want to fight against other like fascists though, like fascists, like people that are actually trying to go out there and like, I don't know, kill, illegal workers and pull them into vans, or like, you know, lynch black people or something like that, or you know, they're out there threatening physical violence and death upon certain people because they're not the pure race or something like that, and they're part of the in crowd. Then like, yeah, defend yourself against those people. I think that's much more commensurate and makes sense. But like, you know, if you lived in a culture where those people couldn't get access to guns easily as well, then like, would you need guns to respond to them? And there's that whole spiral argument there. But like, yeah, I get what you're saying. You got to defend yourself against like fascists, right? Like, because they're the paramilitaries in history that have worked for the state, like as like an offhand style of working for the state. So like, you can't really send the military on the people, but if you have some paramilitary that's like you're associated with, you can just get them to go out and kill working people on your behalf. Hey, that's fine. And so yeah, you got to fight against those like other working people potentially, and protect yourselves against them. But again, the question begs like, okay, then they shouldn't have access to weapons either. But like the horse is bolted in the US. Like I was watching Charlie Kirk. We were watching Charlie Kirk argue about this the other day in the Far Right Fridays. And he was like, what are you going to do? There's more guns than people in the US. What are you going to do? Just go around and ask everyone to bring their guns back? I'm like, well, that's what they did in Australia. That's exactly what they did. They had a buyback scheme and they just rounded them all up and everyone had to hand in their weapons. Now, I'm sure there's a few people that kept some, but like, you know, most people gave up their weapons. But like the scale is just, it's just unbelievable in the States. The scale is incredible.
Pro-Second Amendment leftist organizations you feel like are helping get people trained and educated on things like firearm safety?
Yeah, there's Yellow Peril is great. SRA is the most popular, right? John Brown Gun Club.
So you have a lot of friends who are getting straps?
I have a lot of friends that have guns. Yeah.
And yeah, that's a big, liberals don't like that one. Liberals hate guns. My parents, liberals, they hate them. I told them I wanted to get one. My mom gasped. Then I thought about it and I was like, I don't want to get caught like Charlie.
I get it. Like, I have guns and I practice with them. I don't love guns. Guns aren't my identity.
So you don't look at it and think like, yes.
No, not me personally. I mean,
okay.
Do you reckon those clips are AI generated? Like they've done a couple of those nuns now. Like let's have a look at that one.
Yeah.
Where are they getting that footage from? I wonder if
Yes.
maybe it's from a movie or something.
no, not me personally. I mean,
Okay.
if that's what people are into, then hell yeah. But
Totally.
like,
What about you? You think guns are dope, or you think they're just not that dope, but you have to have them so the enemies don't have a lot?
I don't think there's anything cool about guns.
Me either.
There's nothing cool about guns. I don't think that law enforcement and white supremacists should be the only people who have them. I think it's an important tool. I think it's something that people, if they do decide to take up, need to do so carefully and responsibly, and people also need to realize
I don't think having the best military doesn't mean anything. If it did, Afghanistan would look a lot different. Yeah, fair enough. I don't mean military versus military. I just mean like, if necessary, and the state wants to turn its military apparatus on a civilian population, like good luck, even if you have guns. Like, what are you going to do against like tanks and shit like that? Like honestly, the fuck are you going to do against a tank? Like, it's difficult to guerrilla warfare with a civilian population, but like that's considering the entire civilian population is willing to fight for you. So like I don't know how you're going to stand up to the military on home soil if you're a civilian. It's difficult. It's a big ask. That's all.
they're not for everybody and that's okay. And if you're gonna learn how to put a hole in somebody, you also better fucking learn how to patch up that hole. Firearm safety is very important. Yeah, I don't like the glamorization of firearms. I wish there wasn't a need for them. I wish they didn't exist.
Yeah.
But that's just not the reality that we live in.
And then I meant to ask this at the very beginning. For y'all, what was your launch point politically in terms of getting more involved?
I think generally speaking for me was probably when Trump got elected. It's probably when the blinders started to go away, where I'm like, okay, this isn't necessarily something that I can just not engage with anymore.
During Trump's first go around, I was definitely kind of radicalized in some new ways. I think for me, a big thing that did it for me was Proud Boys and some of the Patriot Prayer motherfuckers. So one of the things that they would do is come into town and they would go trophy hunting, which means that they would go to the areas where there was a large queer community, queer presence. They would look for people who were visibly queer and they would target them. One of my best friends who is gay, his boyfriend at the time got murdered on his way home from a nightclub by white supremacists. And I think one of the biggest radicalization moments was the year that Jason Washington was murdered.
Learning more about the shooting death of a Navy veteran by Portland State University police.
The medical examiner who confirmed the identity of the man as Jason Washington now says he died from a gunshot wound to the torso.
Trying to pull a friend out of a confrontation outside a bar near Portland State early Friday morning. Washington had a gun in a holster by his right pocket. He falls in that brawl, and witnesses tell us the gun had fallen out, and they say Washington may have been trying to pick it up as he walked away.
contrasting that with the way it was being portrayed in the media, that was kind of like a wake-up call, what the fuck moment for me. Because I was like, these two things don't match. And it was kind of just like a snowball from there.
I mean, those are some pretty major consecutive events to happen.
Yeah.
Optimistic or pessimistic? What are we thinking? Not for tonight, but for the future of the country.
Optimistic.
Depends on the day
Optimistic?
for me.
Brave new world or hopeless future?
I think we have to stay optimistic. I know it's hard, but there's no other way out of this. If we lose hope, we lose the ability to fight for a better future.
Y'all want to give a message to the kids? Those are the kids.
Don't be intimidated. Don't be afraid.
Yeah, I mean, we're just people wearing black clothes. Like, that's all it is. I mean, they can try to paint us to be terrorists, they can try to paint us to be whatever, but at the end of the day, we're just very caring people that are just wearing black clothes.
Channel 5 Live Worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers, and 5 is the best number.
That outro, it's fucking mental. Absolutely mental. It's crazy. Very interesting. We finally got to the end of that little gravy train there. My God. So, look, what's the message there? I think it's something that we tried to do here, or at least I try and say anyway. Let's have some hope. Like, there's no point being nihilistic about the situations that are surrounding us, I guess. It's difficult, what we're dealing with at the moment. It's really difficult. The world is, unfortunately, not the place that it was, I guess we could say, for that our parents and our grandparents enjoyed. And like, is it descending more and more into chaos as a result of that? As a result of like economic issues, I find, generally. Like, if we forget about people and we let them fall through the cracks in certain areas, people get to be very disheartened and disillusioned, and they go and look for answers to things and interpret the world in a very specific way, ways that may actually compound their misery and their misfortune, as opposed to be a solution to it. But we gotta have hope. That's for sure. It is important. It's definitely important. Let me know if you're hanging out for the afters. Or if you're just lurking, fair enough. But I'm going to put on something that was suggested to us in Links for Long Listening by Abalava recently. And this is, some Michael Hudson, man. My God, the way he explains stuff, it's good because he's been, he just does it like a lecturer, and so it's introductory as hell, and it's good in that sense.
Welcome back to the program. We are joined again.
I don't know who this guy is. He sounds European. You know how you can tell these aren't serious individuals when they say, "I wish guns didn't exist," like that would somehow stop humans capturing the monopoly of violence. Humans only became violent after. Did you honestly believe that? Like, humans weren't. Oh, wait. So you're calling that out as like it's bullshit logic. Like, humans only became violent after gunpowder was invented. Like, yeah, I agree with that to a certain extent though. Like, but like, guns are incredibly efficient tools of violence. Like, you can have a gun, you can have a sword, or a knife, or even like a crossbow or something like that. I'm trying to think of like other weapons that are still available. People don't have maces anymore, and they don't go jousting or anything like that. But like, there's levels of intensity, and like modern industrial weaponry is pretty hardcore, man. Those damn Chinese again, grrr. Yeah, gunpowder, right? Yeah. No, I know what you're saying. Like, humans are, but like, see, this is the thing, right? Humans are like, they have a violent streak to them, and I think that's true. we are dictated to by our emotions and our hormones to a large extent, our tribalism as social creatures. And so, yeah, we are prone to being violent at certain points in our lives. I think everyone's experienced the feeling of aggression that you can't hold back on and you can't control. I definitely feel that. So, like, the question is, why put a gun in someone's hands if you know that, like, why add fuel to it? Just using history as a reference, the bottom is a scary place before things can get potentially. The bottom is a scary place before things can potentially get better. Are you suggesting so that we go lower? We usually get pretty low before we kind of come back up again. Well, like if you look at like modern industrial history, like let's take out other modes of production. Let's just look at how capitalism does things as a mode of production from a historical perspective. It does seem like as the imperialist interest, and the imperialist in the Leninist sense, right? Where you have like corporate entities almost that control the world for their own imperial interests, like they want to sap resources from people around the world. As people have gotten more and more imperialist, like certain countries with big corporations and big corporate interests, and they want to, get access to other people's resources around the world, and like secure access to those resources, like labor markets, actual minerals or any type of resource that is required. That devolves into some type of warring situation, an all-out warring situation, and then that industrial war capability destroys everything in its wake. And then after the destruction of the war, then people come back in and reconstruct. And the reconstruction phase is the up phase in capitalism, where like everyone's prosperous again. So like, we definitely aren't close to how bad it can/has gotten in the past. Yes. And so like, are we talking about an industrial setting here? Like an industrial capitalist setting, or are you just talking about like the long reach of history and civilization? Because I think in this mode of production, and like one where we're industrial about our warfare and our social organization, like it would seem that what we have is we reach points where certain imperial interests, some corporations back certain states, and those states go into periods of all-out warfare and destroy each other, and then people rise out of the ashes of that militaristic destruction. Let's just think about the last 100 years. So yeah, well that's what. Okay, yeah, well then, like we're talking about like war, like warfare. Like just before the end of the start of the 20th century, you had like lots of big warfare happening on the European continent between the Franco-Prussian War. You had things happening on the imperial peripheries, like in South Africa, and like in all the colonial territories. You had like lots of crazy war and industrial inspired warfare for the first time in history, where it's a lot of destruction, a lot of life is destroyed. So the lower classes basically are like the people that are these disposable persons that we've been speaking about before, that are like living in I don't know, homeless encampments or shanty towns, and all these people are picked up because they can't be used by the capitalist economy at a certain point, and they're fed into the war machine, and the war machine helps going around destroying capital all around like the world. And then at the end of the war, that's when people get to rebuild, and then capitalism looks amazing because everyone's like, wow, look how prosperous this is, and like everyone's all anti-war because they've just died in the war themselves, or their children have, or their children's children have, and everyone remembers how horrible war is. And then in a few generations time, it would appear that like people have forgotten how scary war is and how destructive war is, and then there seems to be a warring of imperialist interests. So corporations seem to pick sides. They back, like financially, a lot of them will back both sides, and they'll fund the war machine on both sides. But the destruction that comes out of that in the wake of it, then like people make bank. like massively make bank. But like now we're seeing the rise of like two separate powers. There's a Western style of imperialism and an Eastern style of imperialism. And so like, is it going to be these two imperialist powers that are backing two enormous states with enormous interests? And that's going to be the style of warfare. And is it going to be even them fighting? Or is it just going to be all these proxy wars on the peripheries of their empires? And like millions of people will die on the peripheries? I wonder. That's what Ray Dalio basically says in his book about changing world order. The leading world power either gets involved in massive external conflict or devolves into civil war. Then a new world power takes the reins. That's scary. See, I see it less of the internal war. I think with the militarization of police and like the extensive militarization of the US society anyway, like it's a fool's mission to believe that you can stand up to the American state as a local population, unless everyone was on the same page. Like everyone in America was like, no, that's enough, let's rise up, they could overthrow, like kind of thing. But like if people are going to form like private militias and think that they're going to be able to overthrow the military, I just don't see that happening, to be honest. But like external wars, I definitely see the world. It's already happening anyway. Like there's a lot of proxy wars that are happening already on the fringes of empires, and it's the axis of evil, like the BRICS kind of versus the West here. But like what would happen is though, what would be a game changer if BRICS and Europe aligned? I'm like, you know what? If America's just going to sell us out kind of thing and pin us against Russia, let's just like settle our differences with Russia and China and like get along economically. And then you'll have like kind of a multipolar situation there, and the US will be out on its own. And it'll be hard for the US to maintain its power in that situation. Europe is a big key in all of that imperialist warfare that we could be moving towards. Because if Europe and America through NATO stay together, then like, you'll just have two fronts. You'll have the Pacific front, which is we fought. The Americans will fight on through the first island chain in China. So it might not even be in China anyway. It could be in like Japan, Korea, the Philippines. That's where the war will be. And then it'll be on the Eastern Bloc countries of Europe against Russia, where you're having it already with the Ukraine and stuff. Just sounded like I don't want the people. I don't want the people. I don't like to have guns. It just sounded like I don't want the people. I don't like to have guns. Like what they were saying before, you mean? Yeah, I see. Like it's unfortunate, but like this seems to be a tendency of capital. Like when it comes into crises, and like there's so many different forms of crises. Like I really just thought for a long time that crises were just like, oh, there's a financial crisis coming and the stock market goes down. Like that's what we're used to now in the neoliberal age. But like crises are just all of these things, like unemployment, homelessness, like we've seen. Like that's a crisis of capitalism. Like, capitalism is failing to house people, and they're like falling through the cracks, or to give them work or give them a meaningful existence. That's a crisis right there. The housing crisis generally that we have, the cost of living crisis, like these are crises of capitalism, where we have devalued the labor force so much and not paid people properly, and then got them debt trapped, that like their debt trap then destroys them financially. They become homeless, or they find it hard to find a job, and like all this sort of stuff. Like these are crises of capitalism, and like how does it resolve all of these crises at once? Like it can resolve maybe a financial crisis at one point, maybe it can resolve a crisis of the market at a certain point. If there's a dip in the market for some reason and like people aren't consuming, they can solve that through good marketing and PR campaigns. Maybe they've overproduced something. The market can resolve that crisis by destroying value that wasn't there before. Destroying value to justify the creation of new value. Like it has these mechanisms to resolve individual crises. But when there's a large crisis, it seems to be that warfare seems to be, or a state of war where people start competing over resources, and wanting to stave off markets for their own state interests. Then people really start to like value gets destroyed on a grand scale, which helps justify the creation of new value in future generations. But like, my $1 trillion question is, my speculation is, will we ever have like an all-out world war again, or will it be just like a series of proxy wars? Because the financialization of capitalism has meant that the stock market is so important to the world economy that a world war could just crash the stock markets. And like, will the people that have invested so much in the neoliberal era into having all of their value really in stocks now, and shares in corporations and private equity, and all of that exists in this weird world, like, like Vanguard, State Street, BlackRock, like all of these types of companies. Like, do they want to see all-out warfare? If they've invested in so many companies all around the world, they've got an interest in everything. Like, do they really want a world war exactly? Because that has traditionally meant a transfer of wealth from a very rich class of people, like in the Gilded Age, and a transfer of wealth back to working people and to the middle classes. As they rebuild again, everyone starts to own things and create value, and then they start to hold some of that value and those assets, and so there's a massive redistribution of wealth. Like, do they want to see an all-out world war, or do they want to see like endless proxy wars that bleed people dry for a long time, and like justify the more of a distribution of wealth, and like them to take more and more stuff away? Like, what if we don't get that reckoning of a world war that helps redistribute wealth again after a grand destruction period? I'm not advocating for war, but like a world war. Sorry, I'm not advocating for a world war, but so what? By our saying is, yeah, debt jubilee, but like, we have to have some control over that. Like, could you imagine the people that control the world financially being like, oh yeah, let's do a debt jubilee? Like, we'd have to have some power and skin in the game to convince these people to have a debt jubilee. They'd never give up a debt jubilee. Never, ever give us debt jubilee. That's what we need, though. You're right. But you need some type of grassroots movement to really take a hold, and people to actually rise up and be like, no, this is what we want to do. Debt jubilee. This is how we do it. This is how we solve the problem. We erase everyone's debts and we all start again, kind of thing. I don't see that happening. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's the solution. I think that's a very working class solution that you've got there, dilemma. It's like, well, if everyone's struggling in debt, why don't we just get rid of the debt? I can see it's like, that's a no-brainer. Like, it's a no-brainer for us. It makes sense for people like us, but not if you've got all the power. It makes absolute sense. It'll never happen, though. All right, who wants to get a lesson in some neoliberalism? I thought this was incredibly eye-opening. The way he describes what neoliberalism is without saying the word neoliberalism. It's actually quite incredible, actually. And so this is courtesy of Avalava, and it's in Discord, so you can just check it out in the links for long form listening. There's some real gold in Discord at the moment, especially in the memes channel. I'm going to show you some of that, actually, before we get into Michael Hudson. Let's do Meme Watch. It's been a while since we've done Meme Watch. Meme Watch. That can be like our version of Media Watch. Meme Watch. We'll go backwards. Here's one. It's coming. They're going to get Kevin Rudd for all of his shame that Trump brought him the other day. Trump sucks. Kevin Rudd. Who the hell is that? His name is Kevin Rudd, and he criticized you 4 years ago. You should be angry at him. He is Rudd. His name is Rudd. He's the ambassador. Yeah, like bringing up something that happened years ago to name and shame someone right in front of you. What a gutless move that was. I don't get these references. What is this? This is the COVID-19 test, and it's showing positive and negative, right? And like everyone, like I've seen a few of these memes. Can someone explain this phenomenon to me? Maybe Wings of Cheese will have to explain it. What's this one? Mum, can you guys see that? Yeah, Mum, can I have some weapons so I can rise up like the leftists I met online told me? Calvin, the fact that these advocates for revolution aren't dead or in prison for political violence shows that they are just in it for the attention like everyone else. If you want to succeed, you need to start by organizing first. Random online provocateur can't be trusted. Afraid not, kiddo. Childhood is so disillusioning. So good. Yeah, you need to organize. Go touch grass. Perfect time to drop back in. That's an older meme, sir, but I checks out. Okay, fair enough. It's that Malthusian trap. Could have spelled that wrong. No, I think I know what you're talking. That's how you spell it, I'm pretty sure. If China clearly takes over America, the Yanks will be looking for a fight. Interesting. Oh, it will never happen. But we can make a few zeros off the end. What harm could that be? Could do, yeah. Yeah, Meme Dear Watch. Yeah, that could be our version of Media Watch. Meme Dear Watch. So good. Who was popping these ones out? Avalava's been busy. Wages are down, prices are up, and terror and uncertainty plague the streets. But first, our top story. Why aren't women having more babies? Yeah, when you say it like that, damn. And like the way that they frame it as well, it's like blaming, it's like victim shaming as well. It's like blaming, it's just blaming particular, like you're not having more babies. Hey, what's your problem? As opposed to like it being the result of interaction between peoples. Hey, why don't you have more babies, huh? It's your fault. But you need to get me pregnant, honey. Ah, shut up. It's your fault. Wages are down, prices are up, and terror and uncertainty plague the streets. Yeah. Economic problems, eh? This one, I think I've seen this one before. This is fucking great. Why doesn't it? Ah, damn. I have to go to it. Can you read that? I pray the big beautiful bill will be the name of Trump's cellmate. So good. That one's savage. Imagine Trump, after all his Epstein scandals and all the deplorable things that he's done to young women and young people, he gets put in the slammer with big beautiful Bill. Wouldn't that be some justice, eh? Come on, you guys can't be angry at him for long. Look at his adorable, mischievous smile. What is this? Abu Shekau announcing Boko Haram's adoption of 276 Nigerian schoolgirls in a May 2014 video. That's horrible. Eat your heart out, Epstein. You have a challenger. Indoctrinate them. FBI spying on me. My VPN location set to Epstein Island, so they no longer care what I do. That one's pretty fucking good. That one's hilarious. Huh? With setting my VPN. What's the name of the one that everyone quotes on here? Little St. James Island, is it? That's fucking hilarious. Oh, well, don't worry about it then. Not interested anymore. The Wall. Was this Mad Magazine? Take your kids to work every day issue. Interesting. Kushner. Very clever. That's from Wings of Cheese. Ninja Nurse. Charlie Kirk replacement gives off I have a secret grinder profile energy. Like, this is your running joke, Ninja Nurse, if you're watching. Eh? Definitely grinder energy. Yeah.
God, the Fox News must be so loud in there.
Transgender immigrants are dropping sexy M&Ms from Chinese balloons.
This is worth being disowned by my family.
That's so good. That's hilarious. This is worth being disowned by my family. Savage. The Epstein list, legendary artifact. The Epstein list enters the battlefield tapped with a stun counter. Exile all legendary creatures. Only the truly powerful fear its contents. Everyone else pretends it's a myth. That's hilarious. Who's this? Ninja Nurse. Yeah, very good. What's this? I've watched hundreds of videos of Chinese torturing cats and dogs. You ever notice how there's something wrong with Hassan's eyes? It's a performative kind of stare, vacant. I've watched hundreds of videos of Chinese torturing cats and dogs, and they all have one thing in common with Hassan, and it's that they all share this psychopathic, hollow stare. Interesting. Right. Me and Forex got savagely attacked as well for like talking about that issue in a recent podcast. It was pretty funny. Can't touch that issue. It's a minefield. Trump is the blackest US president in history. The tone color difference. Guess orange really is the new black. That's fucking hilarious. African Americans for Trump. Oh my god. Where do you guys find this stuff from? Seriously. I can't wait for the current tyrannical ruling dynasty to collapse so my dynasty can gain the mandate of heaven. That's so good. The photography deserves a medal. The photographer deserves a medal. 100%. How do they get that angle as well? I wonder what's really going on there. Hilarious. Venture capitalists, AI bros. Minsky movement? What's the Minsky movement? What is the Minsky movement? Where is Avalava? Probably busy. Probably working for capital. Fair enough. Alright, I'm going to find out. What's the Minsky movement? Isn't an official movement in the sense of organized political academic school. The term is often used to informally to describe the resurgence of interest in the ideas of economist Hyman Minsky, especially after the 2008 global financial crisis. Was an American post-Keynesian economist who focused on financial instability, particularly how capitalist economies tend to generate speculative booms and inevitable crashes. Interesting. After a crisis, firms and banks behave conservatively, borrowing cautiously, maintaining cash reserves and sticking to productive investment. As stability continues, confidence grows, borrowers and lenders take on more debt because they believe the risks are low. Eventually speculation takes over. It's like this the system with like people's attitudes to war after what we've seen. People think the stability is okay and they forget about the risks of war. Eventually speculation takes over with debt being used to buy financial assets instead of productive goods. Oh, this is exactly what Hudson was just speaking about. Minsky categorized financial positions as hedge finance, can pay interest and principal from income. Speculative finance can pay interest but must roll over principal. Ponzi finance must borrow just to pay interest. That's how our housing system works. It's like a fucking Ponzi scheme. Once the economy reaches the Ponzi stage, a small shock can trigger widespread defaults, leading to a Minsky moment. Fuck, Minsky moment. Right. Got it. This phrase, coined by economist Paul McCulley, refers to the point when the system flips from euphoria to panic. Interesting. Minsky moment. Very interesting. Yo, Minsky. What's going on? If Russia wins in Ukraine, they will not stop there. They will conquer Europe. I watched Lord of the Rings. If NATO wins in Ukraine, They will not stop there. They will balkanize Russia. Source, Rand Corp, paper from 2019. That's crazy. Are you dyslexic? I don't know. It's a good question. Sometimes I get numbers mixed up. But like, no, I'm just been going for like 3 hours now. No, 4 hours now. I do skip over things, I must admit. I'm tired. This is funny because we spoke about this, and I remember getting grilled on like, well, why does Russia want to take Ukraine and not stop there? I don't think they'll conquer Europe. I don't think that. But I do think that they want an easier part to defend, and that's why they took the Balkan area as well, and part of that's why they had the empire they did with the Soviet Union. It's easier to defend, apart from rolling plains that lead right up to Moscow. Like, nobody wants to defend that. It's too hard. So you go up to geographical boundaries. And I think like Poland, Romania, Estonia, Latvia, part of Finland, but like they can do without Finland, I guess. But like there's certain areas that they need to be able to defend better against. I don't think they'll conquer Europe. That's not what they're interested in. NATO wins. If NATO wins though, yeah, they will not stop there. Yeah, Russia's over. The West will descend. But like the West has never been able to take Russia. Not traditionally anyway. Who knows? In this industrialized world, they might get a chance. The DPRK actually isn't the absurd shithole Western media portrays it as. The sign won't stop me because I can't read. Western liberals. Oh my God. That's heavy. 19th century China addicted to opioids. America making stuff. 21st century China making stuff. The US addicted to opioids. That's heavy. That's fucking crazy. All right, that's our meme watch for the day. I'm not going to start this Michael Hudson one. I want to actually save that for a point where we can digest it properly. But like, I'm going to leave it there for today. Like I said, I'm tired and possibly dyslexic, but I don't want to self-diagnose because I went on a rant about that today. So, thank you for hanging out for the afters. I'm glad that we got through that. What do they call them? Trans-Tifa clip. It was actually good to get their insights. I actually thought they were really actually well versed. They seem to know a lot about their local history, which is what you want. This is the thing with Antifa, right? They're supposed to be ingrained in their communities and fight back against local occurrences. They're not like the US military. They actually fight against, the axis of evil or something like that, or the Soviet Union. It's not at the state level. It's at a community level, I reckon. Man, after a 6-hour session last night, I get the tiring part about it now. A 6-hour session last night, I get the tiring part about it. What's the 6-hour session we're talking about here? What did you do last night for 6 hours? Yeah. They wanted to secure Svetoslav naval base and the Crimea land bridge. Oh, Russia already won. Well, there's strategic stuff that they've got it. Oh, you did 6 hours on Twitch? Holy crap. 6 hours. That's a heavy session. I'm hoping to ramp up as the years go on, the months go on, like start to increase the time that I do. So yeah, 6-hour session. My God, that's heavy. You must have been really into it then. Freako. I logged off at 8:30, 9-ish. Damn. Heavy. All right. yeah, I'm going to leave it there. And tomorrow, back same time, same place. So thanks for hanging out for the afters. Like I said, it's good to get through the Antifa stuff. I think they were actually good to interview. I kept getting dragged down rabbit holes. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, some days are like, whoa, and you can't stop. You can't take your eyes off the screen. It's crazy. I get it. Thanks for joining us for Meme Dear Watch as well. It's been fuck the ABC. Maybe that's what we need. We need ABC funding. We can have our own Meme Dear Watch. They didn't really have solutions though. No, but like, how do you solve like the Ku Klux Klan agitating in your area? Good luck. Good Wednesday stream as always. Thank you very much, Dr. Nathan. It's been good. Had some good back and forth today, I think. Sorting out these issues. And yes, to everyone else out there, if you've been lurking, thanks for hanging out. Do appreciate it. If you made it this far as well, good on you for going all the way. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are mystery. See you on the morrow.